could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like.
You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee. I don't drink.
Hey, you're watching Poindexter.
You are watching Poindexter Lounge.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. I'm choking on chicken.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. Do you like nerd stuff? Yeah? Then you'll love this. You never know what might happen or who might show up at the lounge.
I just want to thank you for being here and being my friend. It's always good to have someone you could count on, and I'm glad you're that for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story. And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Cannonball!
The Incredible Hulk will not be presented this evening.
Hey, boys and girls, people of all ages, welcome to the show. That's right. Welcome to the only show that brings you such wonderful images that burn into your head like this right here. I'm just going to let that sit for a second. Let you marinate in that for a moment. If you missed the 5th hour of the show last night, you missed this. Oh my gosh. This we went 6 hours last night, and towards the end it got really funny. I'll just say that. It got really funny, and some people started let's just say the Jarbo-verse met the Enosh-verse, and this happened right here. Also, that wasn't it. That wasn't the only thing that happened. We got a little bit of this Mario-esque, Ron Jeremy-esque Jarbo, but then also we got the Guru Jarbo right here. He was here to teach us all some lessons, some life lessons. We all got to learn something from him, and I hope that you all learned something last night, because I know I sure did. I learned that after seeing that, you're probably not going to sleep very much. Just saying. Hey guys, welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Vet, and it is great to have you with me in the lounge tonight. Now, look, if we didn't scare you away already, and you're still here, then please know that the Poindexter Lounge is a very special place. You see, the Poindexter Lounge is a place where we can get together and we can talk about stuff. We can have a good time, but mostly, I just want you to know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for, let's all say it, boys and girls, everybody in the back, nerds. That's right. It's a place for nerds, by nerds, with nerds, and nerds all around. And so if that is you, if you are a nerd, geek, dweeb, whatever, and you like nerdy stuff, you know, I mean, you play Dungeons and Dragons, you play video games, you still collect toys well into your 40s, and you like to have a good time, and you collect comic books, you read comic books, you know more about comic books than you know about your family tree, then hey, this is the place for you. This is the place where you need to be. So please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell and join this group. Come on, we want you here. Come on. You know, some of you guys have been watching. You've been kind of out there on the outskirts. You're like, I don't know if I'm going to subscribe to this Enosh guy. I don't know if I like him or not. Well, listen, we got plenty of people on the channel, and plenty of people don't even come here for me. Come here for the chat. The chat is amazing. We have an amazing collection of people who are always here. Our community. You guys, I tell you what, are such an awesome community. And I keep touting how wonderful you are, because you guys treat each other with such respect. I'm just always blown away by the love and the respect that I see in our chats. And so thank you guys for that. So please hit that subscribe button. And also, if you've been subscribed, just every once in a while, periodically check, make sure you're still subscribed, because YouTube does some weird stuff, and we know that, but that's okay. So make sure you're still subscribed. And then also, if you would, at some time, if you have to leave early tonight, or even if you stay for the whole show, please make sure that you give this video a thumbs up on your way out, all right? Or during the show even. That helps promote it too. It helps get it in the algorithm. It spits it out to people so that they can watch, all right? That being said, I also want to say, follow us on social media. You know, like I usually say at the end of the show, but follow us on social media. All those links are down in the description below that you can be a part of, and we can keep conversations going long after these videos are done. You know, keep thoughts going and stuff like that. And people message me all the time. I try to get back to everybody as soon as possible. If you message me and I don't get back to you like right away, don't take it personally. Don't think that I'm ignoring you, because I am not. You know, I do get a lot of messages, and of course, you know, day-to-day life, right? And so, but I try to get back with everybody who messages me, so just know that. And I'm grateful to you guys. So follow us on social media. You know, if you're on Twitch, follow us over on Twitch. Eventually I want to do some like retro gaming, over on Twitch. I think that'd be cool. And we got a few watch parties to do, so maybe we'll do a couple watch parties this week as well. That being said, of course, as always, very, very thankful to everyone who supports the channel. Can never tell you guys how much appreciate that, especially in these times where I'm out looking for work and doing stuff. I'm about ready to call up Uber Eats, like you're about to see the Jarbo-verse connect maybe, and I'll be doing Uber Eats. I don't know, but no, thank you to all of the patrons. Thank you guys for all that you mean to the channel. Can't tell you how much we appreciate you guys, and of course everyone who gives super chats. You guys are fantastic, and everybody's fantastic here. Just even if you're watching, we really appreciate you. And then of course, you know, you guys have been so awesome. We added 2 new members last night even. So look at there. Here are the wonderful members of the channel. You guys are fantastic. You'll see your name going by there. For some reason you're supposed to be on this and you don't see your name, just let me know. And I'll make sure to look it up and get you on there. But you guys are awesome. And just want to point out our couple of newest members here. Right there is Ryan, Gentle Giant Cinematics, and Ethan Shura joined last night, became our 2 newest members. So, hey, you should become a member too. He's a member, she's a member, they're a member. Wouldn't you like to be a member too? Come on, join the membership. It's a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun with that, and we got some fun stuff coming up for that. Nerd Costa Nostra is wanting to do a special thing for the members, because we're at 56 members now, so we're over 50 members. So we're gonna do something for the members for sure. All right. That being said, real quick before we jump into tonight's topics of the evening, I always like to make sure they're down at the scroll there. There's all the different ways you can contact us and be a part of the channel. Okay. So that being said, I do want to say hi to everybody. What's up, Noel? Good to see you. Good to see you. What's up, Anthony Beltre says, what's up, Enosh? How was your day? I hope WB do the Smallville animated series. Yeah, we're going to talk about that tonight. There's an update on that. So we're going to talk about that tonight. What's up, Patrick? Says, hi, bye, watch replay and Squid Game, amazing TV show. Awesome, man. Thank you, Patrick, for being here. And I hope you catch the replay then. Richard Gilbert says, hello, Enosh and family. How are the nerdiest people I know doing? Doing well. Doing very, very well. Thank you so much. Hey, here's another Anthony Grigsby from Down Under. I'll tell you what, I can't wait to one day go to Australia, because I feel like when I go to Australia, I'm going to have, I got so many wonderful people to meet when I think about it. I mean, I got Anthony, I got Drav Walker, I've got Zentech, so many wonderful people. And I know there's more. There's like the guys from the Kent Farm podcast, and those guys are awesome. I've been on with them. So a lot of good friends down there in Australia. What's up, Peace Walker? Says a new Film Gob video was banger. You should see. Oh, yeah? Okay, I'll have to check that out. What's up, Blake Taylor? Says, how's everyone's night going? You Do Suck is in the house. Says, hey, everybody. What's up, Paul Smith? Says, what's up, Enosh? Hope your weekend has been great. What's up to my fellow Nerf family? I know you met Nerd, but it's all good. What's up, Frank E? There's my bud right there. What's up, Frank? Good to see you, man. Good to see you here in the chat, for sure. Always like seeing Frank in the chat. What's up, Blake Taylor? Blake Taylor. Is that 2 different Blake Taylors? Hold on a second. I got this Blake Taylor, and then I got this Blake Taylor. And they're both members. Did I miss something? Or did you just change your picture halfway through? Maybe, oh, yeah, okay. Change my picture to quote from a show I like watching. Okay, there you go. There you go. I have to bring it up. What does it say? It's kind of small. It says, sometimes change is necessary to take a step forward. It gives you a chance to redefine who we are along the way and find balance we're all searching for. Hey, man, that's a great thing to hear, for sure. We all need to hear stuff like that, for sure. Okay, let me get back to here. What's up, Todd Fair? My favorite Marvel guy. It says, Enosh, the #1 Marvel man. Well, we'll talk a little bit about that today, too, because I took a little bit of flack for supporting some Marvel stuff. And, yeah, I'll share that today. Robert Pattinson should be the new main Batman. Well, we'll see. What's up, Nerd Costa Nostra? Hey, Enosh, and all those in the chat. Always good to see Nerd Costa Nostra. What's up, Cherie? Ryan Reynolds? Yes, we're going to talk about Ryan Reynolds tonight. Yeah, Nerd. Yeah, that's a good question, right? About Deadpool 3. What's up, Dark Star? Says Enosh, how was your day? What's up? My day was good. I spent it with my family. I got some stuff cleared out so we can get new phones. I've been trying to do that. And so, yeah, took care of some stuff today with me and the family. And I watched Injustice. So we'll talk about that too. What's up, Tony? Says, might have to jump it. Dude, you're always welcome. What's up, Andrew? What's going on? Andrew Casale in the house. Deranged Enosh is here. Says, you don't know. Oh my goodness. This is the guy last night who was giving us all these wonderful pictures of me and Jarbo. We don't know who. I don't know exactly who it is, but man, I aged overnight. Holy crap. Let's see here. Yeah, right. Let's see. What's up, Slade and Friends Edit says, how do I not be sad and lonely? I'm about to turn 21 and all my friends are busy. I've never been in a relationship before. I love myself, but no one else loves me. I'm so lonely and I want things to change. Hey, Slade, I'll just say this to you, Slade. And I know sometimes, people come in with serious things. And let me just say this. First of all, you're among friends here. Anthony Grigsby is absolutely right underneath your comment. You're among friends here. Okay. You know what? Plus, you're 21. Give yourself time. Listen, I've always been the type of person that I've always been very upfront with people. And there's been times where I thought I had a lot of friends. And then there's been times where I felt like I had no friends. I've always been the type of person where I thought I could meet people, interact with people really easy. But you know what? Sometimes being in a group of people doesn't mean they're your friends. There's sometimes that you have a lot of people around you, but they're just acquaintances and they're not people who are really speaking into your life. It's better to have one or two people in your life that really matter and stick with you for your whole life than to just be surrounded with people. I'll tell you this, man, you're loved. We care about you. I know that we're just a YouTube channel and you may just think, well, yeah, Enosh is just saying that. No, we seriously care about people around here and we're thankful to have you here. And you know what? Give it time. You got a lot of life left to live. Man. When I was 21, I was working my butt off. I didn't have a girlfriend. I was all over the place, man. And so stuff comes together. Trust me. If I knew what I knew at 21, what I know today at 45, it's amazing. It's amazing the difference. It's huge. It's a huge difference, right? Because that's a lifetime ago now for me, right? Between the time I was 21 and 25. I mean, I'm older away from 21 than I was at 21. I mean, it's 24 years now. And the interesting thing about that, man, is that I still feel young at heart. Obviously, I still, I'm still a nerd. I still play with toys. I still, still do all those things. But you know what? 21 is so young. You don't realize it when you're 21. And I tell this to a couple of my friends who are 21 to 25 years old. They think that they're, they got all this life experience, and you can have a lot of life experience at 21 or 25 or whatever. But it's amazing because in 20 more years, you'll have gained double what you have now. And you'll look back and go, wow. I remember the first time that I branched out and thought I wanted to start a church of my own. And we did, and we were there for about 3 years, and it was all good and everything. But I thought I knew a lot. And I've learned so much since then that I didn't even know before. And so give it time, man. You know what? And I'm happy to talk to you offline. Sometime off. This. So if you want to hit me up on social media, let's talk. All right. But I just want you to know, man, we do care. Okay. What's up, Christian Rosas? Good to see you. What's up, Abel? Says Enosh, did you see the Barbara Muschietti confirmed that Affleck will be in the suit? I didn't see that, but I assumed that. I mean, we got the stunt double at least riding, the motorcycle. So I kind of confirmed at least somewhat he'd be in the suit. But that's cool. No, if you have that, actually, if you could send it to me on Twitter or something, I'd be happy to pull it up and show it to everybody because I have not seen that. Deranged Enosh here with a $2 super chat. Here we go. This is this is what we were doing last night. It says how you wish you knew. Brian here ditched Max for the lounge. What up? All right, cool. And you know what? I'm gonna go. I know, man. I know it's different because it's not in person in real life, and I get that, man. It'll come, man. Put yourself out there, though. Don't be scared to put yourself out there, right? That's the only you're gonna get rejected. You're gonna get hurt, but you know what? If you put yourself out there, that's the only way that anything good can happen. All right. So, absolutely. So we'll talk. Okay. What's up, Marcus? Says Enosh Cassandra Cain is greater than Bruce Wayne. Ooh. In what setting? What setting? I want to know the reference. There you go. Spherical Man says, hey, yo. LDG of Geeks and Joy. What's up, LDG of Geeks and Joy? Hey, I stopped by your channel this morning. I don't know if you saw my my post in your chat, but watched a little bit of your video this morning before I went to bed. What's up? Oh, says hi. Hey, Enosh Lounge in chat. Let's see. He has deranged my identity as a secret. What's up, Kenneth? Good to see you, man. My name will be revealed one day. Yeah, I love it. It's all good fun, guys. It was pretty funny last night. We were having a good time. What's up, 187? Good to see you. What's up, Step? Says, hey, nerds. Absolutely. Jesse Allen is in the chat. Word. Jesse Allen is here. Glad to see Jesse Allen. Always good to see Jesse Allen. Show everyone the pic. I did. Those are the ones that I was able to save, or that were saved last night. Bradley saved some and put them in our group chat. So yeah. Let's see. Marcus says Enosh Cassandra Cain was better than Bruce Wayne in my opinion when it comes to combat. I'll be honest with you. I don't know a lot about Cassandra Cain. I haven't read a lot with her, so I don't know. I mean, Bruce Wayne. I don't know about when it comes. I don't know, man. Bruce Wayne. I mean, he's Batman, right? So I don't know how you get better than that. But everybody's got their own opinions about stuff. Deranged Enosh with $5 super chat says, I don't have my software tonight, but I'll have a new pick each night. Show them the old picks. Yeah, I showed the picks. I'll show them again here in just a second. The three that I have, because I got three. I wasn't able to do a screenshot, but Bradley did a screenshot of a couple of them. So if you got them, if you can figure out a way to get them to me without knowing who you are, hey, we'll be good. All right. That being said, thank you for the $5 super chat. And we're going to go ahead and bring in the man, the myth, the legend. You know him by his name. And that name, ladies and gentlemen, is one that is synonymous with quality entertainment, with Star Trek news, with just being a cool guy that hangs out around the lounge and helps me out a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the program, Mr. Brian, Master of None.
You've reached the voicemail of Brian, the man with the world's largest brain. It's only one letter off. It's not brain, it's Brian. You've reached Brian. Leave a message.
What up, Brian?
That is so correct. No, I'm doing very well, man. I feel for Slade there. No, my 21st birthday. Let me tell you a story, okay? So I moved away when I was 19 years old, up to my hometown, which is about an hour away from Sacramento. And so by the time my 21st birthday rolled around, I didn't have any friends. So it was just me and my mom.
Oh, wow.
And my mom, bless her heart, I ended up going to a gay bar, and that's not my cup of tea, unfortunately. And I discussed it with them, and we actually had a pretty good time. Couple bought me a drink or two, which was fun. But yeah, so that was my 21st birthday experience. So if that's any consolation, they're not all winners. But there are diamonds in the rough. I did enjoy myself. It was just
Heck yeah.
I was kind of bummed because I didn't have my friends as well. So I get it.
Yeah, no, I get it, man. Like I've I think we've all had those times where like we haven't had people, and then and then people come into our lives, and it just it sucks when we don't have friends right there. I mean,
my 20s were kind of rough, to be honest with you. Looking back in hindsight, like the living situation I was in was really bad. Like we didn't have consistent hot water for like 5-6 years. Our only access to television was to go outside and turn the aerial around and, you know, kind of hope for the best. So yeah, no, it's, I've been there. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of nice, you know, being a little bit of a luxury now.
Yeah.
I suppose.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Okay, so I did want to show these again because these were just too funny. So this is what deranged.
Oh,
Enoch.
jeez.
This is apparently me and Jarbo mixed. But I'll be honest with you. The funny thing about this one is that this looks so much like a guy that my mom dated named Doug that I could not stand. Like this, it was this guy. Like it was like her last boyfriend, and like he was shisty as all get up, Brian. And this guy, like the last thing he did, literally just a couple of months ago, like a month and a half ago, I got a statement in the mail because the house that he lived in, somehow he put my name on it for his taxes or whatever. And he's now since passed because he passed like a couple of years ago, like because my mom passed about 4 or 5 years ago. And then he passed a couple of years ago. But he had my name on as his son. This is a guy like who was no relation to me, no connection to me whatsoever.
What?
And I didn't even like being around. And like, so he passed. And so the taxes for his house are like due, and it's like $1,700. And like, I had the county like contacted me, and I'm like,
excuse me, sir.
No, I'm good. So like when I saw this, I was like, what the heck? What are we doing here? I don't know what's going on here. This one wasn't from Deranged Enoch, but this is,
how you doing?
This is female Jarbo.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's female Jarbo there, little female Jarbo.
Couple drinks.
Yep. Yeah. The Guru Jarbo. I mean, he's a little blurry. It's like you had a couple drinks already. So
it looks like
blurry.
Mike Myers, the Love Guru.
Yep. This was a fun one that we found. It was an action figure. I told him I needed to add this to my action figure collection. Right. Maybe I should give this to my friend Bruce, and Bruce can make me an action figure of this. And then this was young Matt Jarbo.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
wow.
So we had some fun last night. It got interesting. Kenneth here with a question says, Enoch, quick question. I collect Superman comics in collected editions. Does it bother you some gaps and eras of Superman are not collected by DC Comics? I don't know that it bothers me. I mean, in collected editions, yeah, I get it. Some people, they collect that way just because, look, it's easier to do. It's cheaper to do it that way, right? Because you get the story that you want, you know. But usually those are like collected stories. So if it's not like in a story group, I get it. You know, you're going to have missing parts, you know, that you might have to get back issues for or something like that. You know, like this is honestly
like
kind of
Dan
how
Jurgens and how William talks about how no one likes those comics.
Oh, it's not. Yeah, no, that's not Dan. That's
oh, sorry, not Dan Jurgens.
John Byrne. Yeah.
But
which, by the way, we're going to get one of those. Oh, you know, I almost forgot. I mentioned all of our wonderful supporters, but if you are a patron, a member, or you give a super chat of any type, and somebody asked the other night, like, look, the patron thing starts at $1, right? So I mean, the patron thing starts at $1. The membership starts at $2 because there's some extra little stuff in there that you get and stuff, and that's set there. Or then if you give a super chat, you're automatically in the running for this bad boy right here. So the Batman Long Halloween. So that'll be our giveaway this week. All right. So I don't know if it bothers me, man. I do catch up on a lot of stuff because my local library like carries a lot of these comics and stuff. So I'll just go to the local library and I'll check out stuff. That's how my buddy Jeremy does it. Like that's how he, you know, because he wasn't able to actively collect comics and he didn't have a lot of money to buy comics. And so he'd go to the library and pick those up. I mean, and there are places that honestly, if you miss parts, you can read them. You can read them.
No joke. That's how I saw the Star Trek movies. I would go to the library because they had them there. And I would check them
Saggy, if we smell so bad, why don't you come in here and brighten up the place and make it smell better?
You smell.
Make it smell better. Make it smell better.
Yeah.
All right. Up it. Yeah, that is all. That is all.
I got Kit Kats.
I got Tic Tacs for your breath, Saggy.
and Hershey's. I went to Target after work today and I purchased a bag of Halloween candy.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna try not to eat it tonight.
All right. Somebody said that they sent me something. Abel said he sent me something here. Let me see
Sounds
what it
good.
is. Oh, this is the video. Oh, yeah. Here's Andy Muschietti. Okay, so let's talk about this real quick. Let me show this. We got some fun stuff to talk about tonight, but I will show this. Yeah, Abel just sent me the Muschietti video talking about
nice.
talking about and so let's go ahead and put this here.
Any clarification on
to see that both of them, both Ben Affleck and Michael Keaton.
Let me get. Oh, there we go. There we go. Cool.
To see that both of them, both Ben Affleck and Michael Keaton, got quite emotional at coming back once they were with us, right? And they got to put on the cowl and the cape. I think we both, felt the small joy that comes with playing that character back, and had fun with it. It was a great experience. Amazing to see that both of them.
Well, that's cool.
Well, that's great because I mean, honestly, think about it for like Ben Affleck though, because he was of that age to where when Michael Keaton was playing Batman, there was something to talk about. Like, wow. No, I think that's really cool. I know they're probably not going to be in the same scene together, but damn, that'd be kind of cool.
I think that they might be actually, Brian. Like the more I start seeing this stuff, man, like I think that they might. I think it's going to be. I think that this movie is going to be a lot of fan service, which excites me.
I'm hoping it is.
It excites me, but it also concerns me at the same time.
True.
You weren't here last night. You weren't here last night, but I don't know. But you were watching, I think.
I was for a little bit. I was laid up. As soon as I came home, I sat down for about a half an hour, and I was like, I can't do it. This was like 10 minutes before the show.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, I'm sorry, guys. My back hurt. I just turned the lights off and went to bed. But no, honestly, my thoughts on fandom is I had to work, so I caught everything at the end of the day. Loved the Batman trailer. Thought it was great.
Sure.
I'm really excited to see this movie now, more so than the last trailer. One thing I didn't like, I hated the Peacemaker trailer, or the whatever the hell you want to call it, the little behind the scenes thing. Yeah, I thought about it. I was like, oh, I'm going to give Peacemaker a shot. But then I was like, you know what? The parts of the Suicide Squad I did not like was John Cena being vulgar. And it's like, and I'm not like trying to be like a pearl clutch and like,
sure.
Okay. You guys know me. I did a show with my shirt off. Okay. I don't mind these sort of things, but I just, with John Cena, I just don't buy it.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, I get
any other actor, Ryan Reynolds, anybody, dude, I'll buy it. But John Cena, it's like, dude, come on, man. Like, your hustle, loyalty, and respect, bro. Like,
well, but the thing is, we all know he's trying to be.
He's trying to branch out. But
I think he's trying to branch out. I think he's trying to be a little, controversial, and
yeah, but that's a hard 180
and do his thing. I know, it is, it is what it is. But look, I got in trouble a little bit for my thoughts, with people. Look, I've been, I've been pretty positive. Like, I'm still waiting to see what the Flash movie is going to be. I'm not condemning the Flash movie that it's just going to be, garbage or like what it is. Like Jesse Allen here says, but they're going to kill him off in it. Well, that's not confirmed. And there's actually talk that, he could be the Batman in the Batgirl movie.
If it's a glorious death, then so be it. It's like,
I mean, if they do kill him off, I hope that they do a good job, but I don't know that that's like, I know that there's a lot of people who say this, so I know where that comes from, Jesse. And I get it. But the thing is that, that's not, it's not in stone. We don't know for sure. And I'm trying to throw out everything pretty much that I think about the movie, like from that standpoint, because I just don't know, Jesse also says here, like, because something else about that last night was, it says The Rock is also kind of teasing a showdown with Superman on Twitter. And I'm all for that, as long as it's Henry Cavill. If it's any other person playing Superman, I just do not care because this whole hierarchy thing, like I get it. It sounds great. I mean, dude, you're a wrestling fan. It's like all the wrestling hype, right? It's like, I'm going to take you out of WrestleMania, Superman. But if it turns out that it's like
Tyler Hoechlin.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's almost like it'd almost be like back in the day, like Rey Mysterio, like, or any of the greats who wore masks, right? In wrestling, right? And so like, say The Rock was calling out Rey Mysterio. Now I know that would be like a lopsided match, but hey, they did a lot of those David versus Goliath matches, right? And Rey Mysterio won a lot of those, matches. Yeah, right. But the thing, say that The Rock was calling out Rey Mysterio Jr. and we're getting that hype and like, that's the match we want to see. That's the match that, it's the buy-in, right? Because something, special is going to happen because, there's some big connection between them. And then we get to WrestleMania and the guy who comes out is clearly not Rey Mysterio Jr. behind the mask.
It's fake Razor. And you're just
right. It's fake Undertaker, right? What I mean? Like, for those of you who don't know, they did that at one time. They had a guy acting like he was the Undertaker and he wasn't really the Undertaker, and then they had an Undertaker versus Undertaker match, which was clearly not.
It was it was
terrible.
And
then for a while they had like fake Razor Ramon and they had fake Diesel, which was guys, but so that's just what I'm talking about. It's like
the Black Adam stuff looks fantastic though.
But yeah,
dude,
it looks great.
That was awesome. I was just blown away. No, the Flash, I don't know what to think. They still got to show me more. Like I'm with William on this one. It's like, dude, they have not shown us enough to make a decent judgment. Like I'm trying my best to hold back what I think of this movie, but it's so hard because we just really haven't seen anything. I mean, we've got leaked photos, but there's no context, so it's hard to be like, oh well, I think that's really cool, or who is this Supergirl? You know what I mean? Like everybody's just been speculating, and there hasn't been anything that's really been definitive with regards to that movie yet.
What's up, Justin Proper?
Hey, Justin.
Speaking of peacemakers, can David Lee Roth finally put his ego aside and have Sammy sing with him in his last shows? You know what? Hey, Justin.
Why not?
Hey, Justin. While I'm thinking about it, and I got you here, hit me up, man. Send me a message and let's get together because I would actually like to do like a video with you, just like a short form video or something like that, just talking about David Lee Roth because of some of the stuff that's come out recently. We won't get into all of it right now, but I know that you're a big Van Halen fan and we always joke about that, and that's an end of an era that's coming, and I'd love to talk to somebody about about how it's going on. But so speaking of Brian, speaking of speculation, so or like like what we feel about something, right? So today I tweeted this and I got in trouble because I put ugh, why? This is for you, Todd. I put ugh. Why? Because look, this looks like Dawson in a mask. Does it not? Am I just crazy, or does that not look like Dawson?
The CW suit looks better.
It does. It does. This looks. You know what this reminds me of? It actually reminds me of Michael Myers. Remember when he used to play the kid on the playground, who was like attached to the playground equipment, and he had like a helmet, and he was hypoglycemic. And so he was like he was like the hypoglycemic.
I'm a hypo.
Yeah, exactly. And so like, I just look at this and I'm like, oh man, what are we doing? And look, there's a lot of people and you guys know, I've been super positive about this. So I know that there's some people on Twitter that don't always watch the show and they don't know what I've said and they don't know. So I think that I got lumped in with a bunch of the people who are just negative for negative sake. Right? And so I took some of that backlash, but I had to explain to a couple of people, like, I'm not just hating on this just to hate on this. I just don't care for this look. It's too padded. It looks like it's too shiny. It's cut weird. It looks like his face is too small for it. I mean, look at that gap between his nose and the nose piece even. I mean, it's just weird, right? But
it's hard to get behind.
But Todd, well, I didn't make myself look good either because like a bunch of DC fans were like mad at me because I
we
Marvel.
knew it. You said you were the leader.
Oh god. Because I said something positive about Marvel, but I said, why is it that Marvel can make great looking costumes over and over again? I mean, they make really good looking costumes.
Good costumes.
And there were some people who were trying to tell me that they make trash costumes, but I'm like,
What
If
movies
you
are
look
you
at,
watching?
like, look, I know maybe not. I don't know, man. Like, I was sitting here trying to think of like a bad costume that they made, but I mean, you think about like all the main
But those are
characters.
like the X-Men days. Like, yes, the X-Men
Yeah.
costumes were kind of garbage.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't even like them when they did like the Days of Future Past X-Men
Okay.
either.
Okay.
Like, they still have yet to do good on the X-Men costumes. I
Yeah.
agree. Fantastic Four, Fantastic was kind of garbage, but these aren't Disney Marvel though. This is
No,
different.
I'm talking about the Marvel ones. I mean, you think about like the Iron Man suits are absolute fire. The like Thor's costume has been on point.
I like
Captain
the Hulk.
America.
Like,
Captain America, even, dude, like Captain America, they updated his so that it's not like the classic, you know, Captain America. But that's what I was saying here is they even change it up a little like Captain America's army inspired suit, but it makes sense and becomes the norm, right? Like everybody just kind of accepts that then. But I really felt that this kind of just looked like it was almost like that they just kind of spit out the first thing that they came up with. And look, it could be, look, I will give it to everyone who commented to me. I appreciate everyone's comments. But the thing is that, you know, look, it could look absolutely different in the movie, and I hope that it does. But you only get one chance to make a first impression, right?
and it seems like they're not doing a very good job.
This one just did not hit me in a positive way, and so, you know, it just did not seem. You know, a lot of people were trying to tell me that the Marvel suits were bad, and I don't know about that. You know,
I mean, heck, even Night Monkey was cool.
I mean, look, but think about the other ones. I mean, Black Widow looked absolutely fantastic. Ant-Man, his costume looked great.
Yeah.
Black Panther was superb.
Dude, I love Black Panther's suit.
I'm trying to think of like who. Winter Soldier looked great. Falcon was awesome.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I mean, like
Scarlet Witch. I mean, even like in her show where you'd think it would be a little bit less quality was still really good.
You know who didn't look good? Quicksilver, and they shot him. So
that's true. He didn't last very long. I mean, heck, even Hawkeye looked cool.
Heck, here, yeah, I don't even like Hawkeye, and I'll say Hawkeye looked like Hawkeye looked decent. Yes, these Coke Tic Tacs are amazing and addictive because I don't drink Coke anymore. I don't drink pop anymore. You know, soda, whatever you want to call it. I don't drink that anymore, and so
one of these days, I'm
Tic
getting
Tacs,
close.
Tic Tacs sponsor the show. I keep trying to give Dawson some stuff. Yeah, there's some good tidbits in there. Let's see here. Ezra confirmed multiple villains in the panel. Oh, that was the other thing, was like, I just shared my speculation, some stuff that I've heard. I had a conversation with somebody, and I can't talk too much about it, but I had a conversation with somebody, and they were telling me their thoughts. And look, you guys know I'm not a scooper. I'm not somebody who's going to put my name on the line to be like, this is going to happen in the movie. I'm not doing that. But when I say something, I usually say something for a reason. That scene at night where it looks like the Flash with all the electricity pulls up on that house, I don't think that that's the Flash. I feel that that's the villain. And after seeing them all stand together, I'm pretty sure that second Barry is going to be revealed.
The long hair Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That thinks Savitar, right?
Reverse Flash kind of deal.
You sent me a link to the panel. Which panel? I didn't see a link from you, man.
Oh, the link to the panel.
To the panel.
For the Ezra Miller Flash panel.
Let's see. Where did they send it to? Yeah, I don't see where you sent it to, because I didn't see it. I didn't see it on the Poindexter Lounge one. So, yeah, there's so many ways sometimes to get a hold of somebody, but yeah, I didn't see it, Caden. So I'm sorry if I missed that. If I missed something, but where was I? Okay, so
you're not wrong, RJ. You're not wrong.
No chance Affleck returned to the role just to leave the role. I don't know. Jesse Allen says hope Ben got his own series as part of the contracts. Me too. Maybe that is why he was so happy during interviews. It could absolutely be. That's what I'm hoping. Look, you know, like I've always said, I'm hoping for the best, and I'm believing for the best. Yeah. But I'm not going to
get mad when you get the worst.
I'm just not. Yeah, I think so too, Rational. I think that they're trying to figure out the Cavill thing, and that's why it's kind of quiet on those fronts, and we'll see. Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed. Is anybody else disappointed that we're not getting like lightning bolts for the ears on the Flash?
Yeah, because isn't that what the concept art looked kind of like?
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting.
Looked like he was wearing a hat backwards.
Heck yeah! What's up, Elmo? Good to see you, bro. Says let's get a dab train. There you go. Give you some dab right there. Oh, whatever, RJ. RJ's, stop being a hater. I'm just an old man, RJ. Just an old man screaming at the clouds, bro.
Where it's coming from. We're talking Captain Positivity here, Mr. Resonant Justice himself.
Exactly, that's true. He likes everything. He's like Mikey. He'll eat anything, and we're going to tease him enough because he's not here.
But we love him. But RJ, love him. RJ, you're the best.
He is.
And thank you for the $9.99 super chat.
Oh yeah, I just saw it. Okay, I get to that in just a second. Stepper says looks kind of like a Power Ranger missing half his face. It's like go Power Rangers.
It's morphin' time, and he got about halfway through.
Where's the rest of my mask?
He's like, Toronto. Okay, is this how it ends up?
Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. So so that was things like people were trying to tell me too that it wasn't a CGI suit in the one thing where it shows him under the waterfall, where it's pretty clearly a CGI suit. I mean, it almost looks like a cutscene from a video game. I mean, I'd be shocked if it's not, but like I said, I could absolutely be wrong. Paul says maybe he has that gap so he can have snacks. He's a snack hole after all.
This is very true.
That's true. RJ says, I think the only problem with Marvel costumes is the overuse of CGI and a feeling that they're all a bit similar in terms of homogenization. So you know what? Yeah, I mean, some of them do have some of the more like supernatural ones do have that element to them. But I think that's just filmmaking nowadays. Look, I would love to see a return to more.
Thanks, George
grounded.
Lucas.
Yeah, I'd love to see a return to more grounded.
I blame the prequels, man. What was there? One or two sets in Attack of the Clones, and maybe one in Revenge of the Sith. That entire movie was CG.
Hey, Brian, take me back to stuff like this,
right? Practicals.
I'm just saying. I know that he couldn't move. I know that he was like,
this
right?
is true.
But
true.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
He's Batman.
Yeah, he's Batman. And look, we're gonna see him again. No, I do not want Bruce Wayne, or I don't want this Batman to become the Batman of the DC universe.
Yeah.
Not really into that idea. Look, if they were good, unless they're going to do a proper Batman Beyond, they're going to do a proper Batman Beyond, I would be absolutely happy with Michael Keaton.
I mean, if this is a Keaton Swan song, I am so down.
RJ, I would like to think so, but I just don't think they are, dude, because every time I mention anything look, if I mention something negative about Marvel, I get dinged for it. If I mention something positive about Marvel, I get dinged for it. And there's a lot of people on the Marvel side now who honestly, they are unaccepting of anything DC. So I would love to think that people are over the Marvel versus DC stuff, but there's people literally who just hate DC stuff just for the sake of hating it.
I know I am personally. I'm just they both have their merits.
Yeah.
I've gotten past comparing the two. I think that's just asinine at this point. If you're expecting the same thing out of both properties, you're barking up the wrong tree, in my opinion. But
yeah, I want different things out of each property. Sorry, my lips are dry.
Oh no, it's okay.
I'm gonna put a little something on my lips. RJ here with the $9.99 super chat. Thank you, RJ. You're the best, man. I love RJ. I love RJ. No, even though he loves everything, I'm just glad that he loves me. That's all I can hope for. It says wanted to ask, what do you think of of what viewer Anon said about Keaton's world merging with the main DCEU, making him the main Bruce Wayne. Oh, I started talking about it before I even realized, and changing the history of the DCEU to reset everything. I'll say this. I'll believe it when I see it, but if I see it, I'm not going to be happy.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that it's the right thing to do.
No, it's really not. The best thing they could do, honestly, is just kind of embrace what's happened. Like, just kind of move forward without messing stuff up too much. You know what I mean? Don't use that word reboot, recon, because I'm telling you right now, that will be the death knell of what we're looking forward to here with DC, in my opinion, because
it's half morphin time,
right?
Yeah, I just think that I love the idea of Michael Keaton as Bruce Wayne in this movie. I like that they're bringing him back for this because of the type of movie it is. That's awesome. I'm even down, like I said, with the idea of him being in a Batman Beyond film or movie or series or whatever, with a proper Terry McGinnis, not switching it out for Batgirl. Let Batgirl story be Batgirl story, and do Batman Beyond the way that it's supposed to be done. But like, if you're going to go backwards and make him Batman, that's when I do say, no, we don't need a 70-year-old Batman running around with a young Justice League. Because, like, then you're just like, we're just like screwing it all up, like putting everything together. So,
well, it'd be like the one thing I'd be all right with them retconning in, the BVS. Whose suit, Robin's suit, is that? Well,
yeah.
It's Jason Todd. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? So then you can start integrating some of your TV shows into your movies for a change. Because I think that would be, because that's what bothers me about DC, in my opinion, because they have such a rich, realistic story that they can pull from.
Yeah,
and they don't bother messing with any of those TV shows. Like, why isn't Stephen Amell in as the Green Arrow? Just to have him in there and be like, hey, you know what? We got all this hard work in there. Let's get, that. They already had Barry Allen in the Flash. I mean, why not bring the rest of it in? I don't get it.
Yeah. Spherical Man, that's probably true. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that maybe the lightning ears will be added in. Maybe that's part of the CGI of the suit, whatever.
True.
It says Andrew, Toby are supposedly in the final shot. I'm not a scooper, so don't take my my info as fact. All right, H Barts. All right, man.
I'm telling you, they're not going to be in there. Sorry, anybody. Just expect to be disappointed.
I don't know. Like, I'm thinking that they are, but I'm not going to be disappointed if they're not. That's how I'm taking it.
There you go.
Yeah, and RJ, I get this, man. I know what they're saying. That the idea is that Batgirl is taking over as the main Bat person in the main DCEU, and then Keaton would stay around as Bruce Wayne to be the Nick Fury. Yeah, I understand all that, but that's not smart. That's just not smart. You're going to go forward with a movie universe that doesn't have Batman. Like, seriously, what in the world, man? Like, that, how does that make any sense whatsoever? I don't even know.
None. I don't know. I'm one of those weirdos that likes a connected universe, so sue me. I'm sorry. I guess my simple brain does not understand a multiverse concept, or doesn't like just standalone movies that have no weight to them other than the movie themselves.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, I get the multiverse concept. I don't mind about different layers, but when I like, I don't know. Maybe their idea is to try to do what Marvel did, but like, even though they own all their characters, is like try to rebuild up the Justice League, but with their minor characters, But even then, I just don't. I don't know that that's a smart idea either, because they're still loosely all. That's the problem. Like, we were talking about this earlier today in our group, and I just said, like, I agree with comments that I see that it's like, I just feel like if you're not going to bring back some of this stuff or whatever, have the guts to at least then just reboot the whole thing.
Right. Just come out and do it.
Just reboot the whole thing.
Take your licks and get it over with.
do your whatever, recast whoever you want to cast, put in there whoever you want to have. But see, that's the thing, is they want their cake and eat it too, Brian. They want to have their $1 billion Aquaman franchise, right? You know, that Snyder cast and Snyder got the ball rolling on. They want to finish off their Wonder Woman thing, which is fine. You know, I like Gal Gadot, but honestly, after Wonder Woman 84, I mean, that movie's not aging well on me. When I first saw it, I was like, hey, like, you know, everybody knows I had a really positive attitude about Wonder Woman 84. But, you know, the thing is like, to me, even that movie just didn't age very well. And there were just issues with it. I don't know what the heck they're going to do with Wonder Woman 3. Patty Jenkins is out there saying today that, you know, Wonder Woman is the most relevant superhero in the DCEU. I don't know about that. You kind of made her irrelevant in Wonder Woman 84, you know? So I, you know, I don't know, man. It's complicated. They have really complicated DC characters. They've complicated the DC universe by making this thing just so topsy-turvy, and they don't have a baseline, Brian, like to shoot off from. I mean, at least Marvel, I guess, and I hate to say this because at least Marvel, they had their baseline universe, and they could say all these other things are variants, right? And they could explain it to their audience in an easy way. So even though I get the DC, you know, multiverse, and I know that there's a lot of DC fans out there who are just like me, who they get it, we understand it, but they're complicating it so hard for everybody, and their baseline even, dude, is screwed up beyond repair. You can't just start, like, how are you going to fix that stuff? You think that
blow it up.
Michael Keaton in his Batman is good? Like, you're going to put Michael Keaton in his Batman in the DCEU world. Say you keep Henry Cavill. So you got Henry Cavill's Superman with Michael Keaton's Batman. Like, what?
Yeah,
you know.
No. See, that's the thing. It's like, you just blow it up at this point and let them start over again, or just kind of be happy with having a Batman over here, a Batman over there,
or you say, well, in that universe, we're not going to have a Batman, we're going to have a Batgirl, okay, and then we're going to do the Matt Reeves Batman is separate over there. But it's like I said, like, you know, I just feel like you kind of lose a little bit of credibility then with a Justice League or something like that, where you don't have, you know, your Batman. But Rational Skeptic here with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Rational. Says Keaton said he's not sticking around, I believe. So I didn't see that, and I did see what RJ is talking about here, where the Hollywood Reporter said that he signed a deal to appear in other movies. That doesn't mean that he will. It just means, I think that's kind of like the baseline thing though with these movies now.
Yeah,
nobody signs up for just one. Okay,
True.
Even Joaquin Phoenix, when he did the Joker movie, they talked about how it was just going to be one and done, makes $1 billion. Well,
we didn't mean one and done.
There's others. Now I'm hearing Joaquin talk, because Joaquin's whole thing, he didn't become Doctor Strange because he didn't want to be part of a franchise, Brian. He didn't want to be part of a franchise. So that was his
franchise
whole thing.
money talks a lot, though. Think about
But
it.
exactly. You get a couple of those paychecks, and then all of a sudden, I'm looking at articles with Joaquin Phoenix talking about, well, there's other stories we could tell. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but like, dude, if there's money to be made, you know, those guys are having those like.
I just say give him a good Batman to play off of, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, you know, do something, man. Like I don't know.
I wouldn't be opposed to seeing Joaquin Phoenix play the Joker again, but you have to give me Batman. I'm not gonna just have a Joker movie with no damn Batman in it.
But dude, I don't think that you know,
make it Pattinson's Batman. Like, I don't care. Just give it.
But see, I don't think that works though. I don't think it works, man. That's the problem. Is I don't think that it all works. You know, because the timeline and everything else, it's just they're just kind of throwing stuff together. Yeah, and Rational Skeptic, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. The Hollywood Reporter has been wrong. All these outlets have been wrong. So not to sound like Doomcock, but you got to take pretty much everything with a grain of salt, right? And
Our two censors have been known to make mistakes.
That's
from time to time.
From time to time. You know who never makes a mistake, Brian? Who's always right?
Who's this?
Who's always right? Hold on just a second. So why would he do Joker 2 then? Right. Let's see. And Rational Skeptic, this is a great point. The fact that we have to guess who's Batman in the DCEU going forward tells you the problem with WB, which was my problem with Fandom, to be honest with you. You know, and that was a problem that a lot of us had with it. Is that it was pretty much Fandom was pretty much a visual right in front of you, kind of like it was kind of sporadic all over the place of what Warner Brothers and DC has been. And I hate to say that as a DC fan. Look, there's a lot of great things that came out yesterday with it. There's a lot of good stuff there. I'm happy with it. I'm good with some of the stuff, you know, with Black Adam, with Shazam. The Flash made me really iffy on the Flash with some of the stuff and the way that they presented it. And then Aquaman, yeah, cool. It's cool. Aquaman, some of the side stuff. I know the video game stuff looks cool. That Suicide Squad game looks pretty hip. You know, looks pretty cool. The was it the Dark Knights or the what was it called? Oh, why am I having a brain fart right now? Was it Dark Knights or something like that? Video game?
Was it like Arkham Knights? But
Arkham, yeah, something like that. Yeah,
one of the other, yeah. Sorry, I didn't pay attention to the video game.
Anyways, you guys know what I'm talking about, yeah. So you know, like all that stuff. But hey, like I said, you know who makes no mistakes is our next guest who's going to pop in here. You know who that is?
I get a lot of takes wrong. Jarbo-verse.
Hey man, what's up?
What's going on, man?
Still surviving.
You feeling any better?
Yeah, a little bit. Today was rough. Last night was real rough.
Yeah.
Like when I left last night, it was because my daughter apparently like was just running around and vomiting.
Oh no.
Today she slept most of the day. She's still asleep right now. So I have to kind of like, I'm still not feeling great. So that's why I'm not streaming tonight. Cause I'm like, I can't do a stream myself.
Oh no, I don't blame you. I had to take the night off last night. I sat down for about 15 minutes. I was like, my back hurts so bad. I was like, I gotta lay down.
Oh yeah. Well, I sat down tonight and I looked at my girlfriend and I'm all, you want to watch a movie? We haven't done that in like forever. So we watched Free Guy, which we really liked. Free Guy was really good.
Is that on a platform right now?
Yeah, it's on. You can rent it. You can rent it through YouTube and other places as well.
Okay, I'll have to get off of Vudu.
You might be on Vudu. I'll tell you what's not on Vudu, but I did find out it came out last night because I was getting a lot of DMs about it. Apparently, the HD of Dune did come out. So like a full week before it's hitting HBO Max, the high res copy of it's already out.
No, really?
Yeah. So it's like, so expect there to be a buttload of spoilers and stuff coming this way.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I mean, if you've ever read the book, it's not really going to be spoilers.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you know what I did watch? You know, so my family and I sat down and watched a movie tonight for the first time as well. And that was, we finally just went ahead and watched Injustice. Everybody had been telling me like, hey, have you seen Injustice yet? Have you seen Injustice? And so I finally broke down, just went ahead and watched it.
Any good?
Hot take on this. Everybody says it's absolute trash. I liked it.
Is it better than Apocalypse War?
Honestly, it's about as good as far as I'm concerned. Now I know. Look, they changed a lot of stuff, right? So if you read the comics or you played the video game, they changed some of the outcomes and because that's a big story, right? I mean, so like I would have rather them have taken that and made it like part one, you know. And then like had the ramifications go on to like a part two and finish it up that way. But they didn't. They tried to get it all, combine the whole story into 1 hour and a half movie. And I think that was the mistake of it because the ending is very abrupt and is just like, we all kind of sat because we were all into it. My whole family was into it. Everybody, and my kids all play Injustice. And so like they're all into it. But then when the ending happened, we all just kind of was like looked at each other and were like, well, okay, that happened, which is actually a line from the movie. Actually, at one point, Green Arrow said, because Superman starts doing his thing, and Green Arrow's looking at his screen. He's like, well, that happened. Superman went ahead and did that. So, but I really liked it. I'm interested now in hearing, because I haven't really heard many people tell me why they hated it, but I am interested in hearing like why people supposedly hated it. Other than like I said, if I hear that their gripe is that it doesn't follow the comic and the video game to a T, it's still a good story. The story that they told, and it just diverts, a little bit, I think, for the time thing. And it doesn't really flesh out the Nightwing story of it, where like the Dead Man story, it doesn't really flesh that out very well. But other than that, I mean, yeah, Fly on the Wall was just asking about it. By the way, Fly on the Wall, I like your avatar there, that Pistons avatar, Michigan guy here. So, have you guys so you haven't seen it, Matt? And you
No.
Brian?
No,
yeah,
no.
It
I know-
officially comes out like next week or whatever.
Yeah, I know it's on digital right now.
Yeah.
So there's there's a lot of that goes on. They released it early, which is fine. I want to see it. I liked Apocalypse War, but then again, a lot of the DC animated movies are hit or miss.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, like, I swear to, like, they just farm these things out to like whatever the cheapest animation studio can be. And I really wish they would do like what Disney does, which is invest resources into this. Because they could dominate animation.
Because some of the stories they've told are so rich. Like
I know, but instead we get effing super pets.
Batwheels.
Well, I mean, not effing super pets, but yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, look, that's like the only way that movie could be any better. It's like if at the end of it, Ace and Crypto just realized that they just need to smash to set aside their differences. What I mean by that is like, they could go the animated route and they could go to theaters.
Yeah.
And they could put a Superman movie or a Wonder Woman movie or Green Lantern or whatever they want, and some of those earlier animated films are great, like excellent. And they could easily go to theaters, but instead we're getting a movie about effing pets. And I understand why, because, obviously a talking animal does well demographically.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to compete with Minions too.
Oh, they're pushing so hard to get kids into superheroes. Like, I watched Spidey and Friends. That is like a literal knockoff of PJ Masks.
Yeah, and my daughter loves it. My daughter absolutely loves it. She's like, Daddy, can I watch Spidey?
I'm so gonna try to get my nephews into it because they love PJ Masks. So I'm like,
oh man, well, it's actually pretty good too. It's not a bad show. I've been playing the Avengers, Marvel's Avengers game, where Kamala Khan is like the main character.
I started playing some of it. I just haven't got a chance to get into it.
It's fun. It's a bit on the repetitive button mashy side, but when you're playing as the Hulk, it's fine because you're smashing stuff.
Of course, yeah.
But the thing is like, she was watching me play it because Kamala Khan was the main character. She's like, oh, Miss Marvel. Oh, look, there's Hulk. She's almost 4, so she has a brand identity. She knows who Baby Yoda is, even though she's never watched The Mandalorian. And so that's building. And I mean, do you know how many kids I see wearing Baby Yoda gear?
Oh yeah,
a ton.
We're actually getting ready to do a big giveaway. I got like a bunch of Baby Yoda beach towels, and we're just going to do like a big giveaway, and give away a bunch of Baby Yoda, a bunch of Grogu beach towels here at the channel.
Hell
yeah, we're just gonna have some fun with it. So Deranged Enosh. So you missed it, Matt, last night. I don't know if you were watching late into the night, but we got late into the night after I know you got cut out. The Jarbo-verse and the Enosh-verse clashed last night in the 5th hour of the show heavily. And it was like one super chat after another super chat after another super chat with all different members of the Jarbo and Enosh verses. And we got to see many different ones. I only got 3 screenshots of 3 of them, but there's plenty more. But I will show you because Deranged Enosh here with the $2 super chat says, show him Ron Jarbo. So this is Ron Jarbo.
What?
So you look like the coach of the Chiefs.
The Chiefs.
The Chiefs.
Just say, go back. Like for any of you guys who missed it, we were laughing hysterically.
I mean,
last
that's
night.
not necessarily wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, so we were laughing hysterically last night at in the last like half hour to 45 minutes of the show because I just left this up for a while. Like there was one point I thought about literally just keeping this up and just like keeping the stream going indefinitely, and just like so when people would just come to the stream, like there'd be absolute silence, but there'd be this picture. This is apparently you and me, and I don't know who else mixed together with a mustache. Yeah. And long hair. And then there was this one that's also apparently you and me and somebody else mixed together. I have no idea. This one actually looks like somebody that I knew that my mom dated that I didn't like. But then there was Guru Jarbo.
I look like that beard probably smells. And I'm also exceptionally jealous because I can never get my facial hair to grow like that.
Right.
It's
Oh,
like
so patchy.
I could get the beard. I could do the literal neck beard stuff, but no.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult how I have to frame that is offensive because I'm jealous.
Right.
The Dork Knight is Ron Jarbo. Looks like a roadie who went on tour in the 60s and kept living the dream till the 90s. That's kind of what I said. Uh-oh.
Who wouldn't want to live that dream?
Yeah, Deranged Enosh says I got Kingpin Jarbo.
I don't even get this kind of love on my own streams. You guys are fun. Actually, although to be fair, it's a lot of the same people.
Well, if we do this, it looks like they got their own stream.
It really looks like my mom got busy with a lot of people.
Oh yeah, there was Gal Gadot Jarbo. There was a weird RJ.
I would say probably on that Gal Gadot Jarbo one, I'd have to quote the line from Silence of the Lambs. You know that line?
Which one?
The I'd F me.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
what?
The female
What? She's hot.
The
Well,
female
we
Jarbo
all
looked pretty good though. I was like, hey, what's up?
I'm just saying, man. I would be a hot chick. You know?
Yes. Yeah,
Are you kidding me? If I had actual I have breasts, but if I had good breasts, I would play that up.
There you go.
I would be TikTok famous.
There you go.
That's how this would work.
One other little thing here before we jump into the first. Yes, there was Wizard Jarbo. That's Matt Jarbo. If he spent his whole life.
No. Wizard Chan is a very specific place, and I know exactly what he's talking about. It's a place for depressed incels.
Oh no.
So it basically Wizard Chan was a place for depressed males, and it was those guys. The incel community was there first before moving over to like the pickup artist and bodybuilding community. So like just think of the most like sad beta depressed males you could ever think of, and that would be who was on Wizard Chan. The guys were like all really suicidal. It was really sad. But yeah, that's what Wizard Chan is. It's not like a Harry Potter cosplay event. It is it's literal like that image of me with the huge beard, like you would expect. Oh yeah, that guy goes to Wizard Chan.
Actually, yeah.
I can't tell if you're trying to get to a point or if you're aroused.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering myself here.
It's like he's like,
what's going on here?
No, I was just trying to do my best impression of one of those guys.
they're all
hurt a little bit.
I walked up 2 stairs and my chest is on fire.
That's no bullshit. That kind of sucks.
Actually, I got that. Yeah, I might have caught COVID like last year because if I go up a flight of stairs, man, like at the end of that, I am like my chest is literally on fire.
Well,
my doctor prescribed.
Fell down a flight of stairs too.
No, this happened before I fell down the flight of stairs. My doctor like gave me asthma medication and stuff, you know, What's it
Is
called?
this just
A
called
butyrol?
getting old? I think. Like
I don't know, man. Like I turned 40 in like 6 months, and I'm like freak. You know, like I found a photo of
You're
myself.
turning into Dawson. I'm like freak.
No, dude, like I don't want you to get in trouble if you get another job and they check this out. Like I don't want you. I don't want that. I don't want that on my conscience. You know, like if you come over to my channel, I'll say whatever I want. I'll talk about all sorts of stuff. I don't care about that. But I try to be respectful. I try to be respectful. I don't want, I felt bad with what happened. That's why I was all like, if I lived close, I would have gone and like, just like left a dookie on their porch.
Yeah.
I still
Be all like,
We've
like,
been protesting out front with signs. Free the lounge. Free the lounge.
yeah.
Free the lounge.
What vaginal dentata gets you guys upset? Jeez.
Oh my gosh, man.
Like, have you
like,
read the what was it, oh my god, the Old Testament? I mean, like
that,
there's some
that's what was funny was so like that's a term that does not come up very often, you know what I mean? But here's the scary part. This is super scary. I'm flipping through TikTok the other day, and me and Tiffany are standing there, and I'm like in the kitchen, I'm making some food, whatever, and I'm just like flipping through TikTok, looking at videos and stuff. And that's not a term. The vaginal dentata thing is not a term that comes up like, randomly, like, you know what I mean? Like that movie is probably the one time that I've, no, I mean, I've heard about it, and there's books on it, and there's, different things like that, and stuff like that. And like, there's like weird, like creature books and, like history stuff, about, myths and legends and stuff like that. But I swear to God, I'm going through it, and all of a sudden there's this TikTok video of this girl sitting in a dental chair singing opera style to her dentist that she's there to get a cleaning for her vaginal dentata. And I looked at Tiffany and I'm like, what the heck are the chances of that? Like, what? How is that on my For You page? Like, what in the world is going on?
What else
here?
are you looking up on TikTok, man?
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, like TikTok is but that goes to show you, like literally, it could be listening to, what you're saying. It's just like, oh, we'll throw that one in there for Enosh. Just make him feel better about himself. Yeah, just weird.
Yeah, it's people are, I don't know. People get really triggered by some of the most inane stuff sometimes.
They do, and and I've just never been the type to get triggered by stuff. But what are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do?
I don't know. At the end of the day, point and laugh.
Exactly. Says I got kid Enosh, but old and bearded. Wow, that would be interesting. Okay, so this was something. This is not really a story, but it was just kind of cool. Ray Fisher, the whole strike thing, just which is interesting though, because like they're claiming we went toe to toe with some of the richest and most powerful entertainment and tech companies in the world, and we have now reached an agreement with the AMPTP that meets our members' needs. But a lot of those members came out today talking about how they weren't happy with the deal and that they felt that their representation did not speak up for them. So
yeah. Well, one of the key issues with that is the turnaround time. They want 12 on, 12 off. And this new deal puts it at 14 on, 10 off. Yeah. And the thing with that is, though, that's not very specific. Is it like 14? Is it like, does that 14 hours or that 10 hours begin?
Consecutive kind of.
Is it when you're done? Is it when they call a wrap for the day, or is it when you are done for the day? Because those are two different things. So when they call a wrap for the day, that means at that point you start breaking everything down and putting it away, whatever. And then you have the commute back to your home or your hotel.
Yeah.
So if you're living in LA, your commute can be up to 2 hours in any given direction if you don't have a hotel or something. So it's one of those things where they're like, no, 12 on, 12 off. And there's also the 3% annual increase, but the cost of living annual percent increase is 4.25%. So they're going like, listen, we need something that's comparable that matches with this. And then also to pay more into the pension. And so it's like, while IATSE came out with this kind of last minute, kind of kick the can down the road sort of thing, I don't think a lot of IATSE union members are going to vote yes on it. I think they're going to vote no and go back to the table. I think tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day, and as it should be, because I've done crew on stuff and it's fun. I love the job, but you work for a long amount of time.
Long ass day.
Well, that's what I've been trying. That's what I've been trying to explain to people, because I think a lot of people have just been looking at this in the wrong way. There's a lot of people who just look at this like, oh, they're just wanting more money, or they're just they're not happy. They just need to be happy that they got a job, or and look, there's always those circumstances, right? Those
Well, I
things
get
do
you.
come
My
up.
only question on this one was like the timing of it. It's like, I mean, can we wait till COVID's over a little bit? Like, so we're in the clear and then come to the table, or I mean, because there's no way we can make a deal now and then be like.
Well, I think that's conceding too much time, though, because I think that if you allow too much time to go along, you
know when that's going to happen.
Yeah, and I think that's conceding too much time, because then you may never get to it, and by the time you do get to it, then you have all these arguments of, well, you guys have been fine for this whole time and nobody's complained about, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
So and plus, look, like Matt was talking about, like, look, the conditions that they've been going under are ridiculous. I mean, nobody would want to work those kind of conditions where you literally, like, they're working 18, 20-hour days. Like, how the heck do you do that? You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing for a short amount of time, but when you're talking about the entertainment business where you're just go, and you don't have new contracts that reflect the new way that these studios are doing things, and with streaming and whatnot, and you don't know how you're going to get paid, and if you're covered for certain things, and if just how things are going, because you don't have a contract for that specific thing. It opens up a lot of doors of issues, that can pop up, because you never want to be in a work environment. I've been in plenty of work environments where like the what ifs, where it's like you just don't know, and you try to give your employer the benefit of the doubt. If you've ever had an employer that you tried to give the benefit of the doubt because you thought they were going to do right by you and they end up screwing you over, raise your hand.
Yeah.
Right.
I wish I had more hands, because like I've had that experience, and so of course I've never worked a union job either. It's just, I've worked in places that have tried to get unions and it got shut down, and and all that stuff. So I've been trying to explain to people, this is a really serious issue on all fronts, because if this strike happens, it's going to be bad. It's going to be horrible for the industry, and so I hope they get it figured out. But I agree with you, Matt. Like, after the stuff I saw today, I was kind of like happy last night when they were all talking about, like, oh yeah, we got it all figured out, and posts like this and stuff. But it'd be interesting to see how they
I
vote.
mean, look, the thing is, the big problem with it's going to be the studios that are going to be holding over the they're holding, like, IATSE has to flex the muscle, the labor muscle at this point, right? Like, it is in their best interest to vote no. It really is, because there is the streaming residuals. Like, look at, for example, I don't know if you're going to bring up the article about Squid Game. Okay, so, like, because I can't stay for too much longer, but just to kind of touch on that, like, Netflix only paid $21.3 million for it, or something along those lines, but it's at a value of about $960 million to them. Wow. So their profitability off of that investment.
Variety said that Netflix projects Squid Game will generate $891 million in value, according to leaked data.
Yeah. So it's like, that's how part of their proprietary software does, or how their algorithm operates and everything else. And so it's like, looking at that rate, it's like, okay, well then where are the residuals? But that generation of revenue, how is that necessarily determined? Like, how streaming, like, Netflix pays for everything up front, so there are no residuals.
Yeah.
And that is one of the things that's angering people in Hollywood, because as these studios start to do massive film buyouts, like, look at Sony. Sony sold off the Mitchells versus the Machines to Netflix. They sold off Vivo to Netflix, which is actually a really good animated film, by the way.
Is it?
They sold that's got like Lin-Manuel Miranda is as a monkey that's trying to get from Cuba to Miami. It's actually pretty good. And then they've also did Hotel Transylvania 4, which they sold off to Amazon for $100 million. You know, and so like, but that, I mean, so all these movies are selling off for the, you know, these amount of monies, and these actors are getting paid, and they're probably getting a hefty paycheck, but there's none of that residual back end.
Yeah.
And so so for crew never gets residuals anyway, as far as I understand. Maybe I'm wrong, but they want it now. And I think they're entitled to it. I think, you know what, like the people who work, you know, I think maybe they're entitled to it, or just better pay.
Yeah. But it's better up front. But yeah, it says they're on track to deliver an astounding paycheck or payback for the streaming service. Netflix paid $21.4 million for the 9-episode series, which premiered 4 weeks ago, and the company estimates Squid Game will deliver more than 40 times that, an estimated $891 million in what it calls impact value. Bloomberg reported Saturday evening, citing confidential internal data that someone provided to the outlet. The proprietary metric is a measure of a title's economic contribution to Netflix based on subscriber viewing. Netflix declined to comment. According to Bloomberg's report, a lawyer for Netflix told the news outlet that it would be inappropriate for Bloomberg to publish the confidential data contained in the documents. Let's see. On Friday, Netflix fired an employee who admitted they downloaded internal data and shared it outside the company, which is a violation of the streaming giant's policies. Now's a good time to get a job at Netflix because they seem to be firing a bunch of people. The info included financial data for Squid Game and Dave Chappelle's stand-up special, The Closer, for which Netflix allegedly paid $24.1 million. And the Chappelle special has become a lightning rod for critics, upset about his homophobic and transphobic comments in The Closer, and has led to a planned employee walkout on the 20th. Netflix employee who leaked the data may have been motivated by a desire to tarnish the company's image by revealing that it paid more for The Closer than Squid Game, its new top-performing worldwide hit. The Pink Slip staffer was the only employee who had accessed data for the programming that was later cited by Bloomberg. So,
I mean, and the thing with that though is like, you know what, people are conflating that issue constantly. They're going, oh, they fired her because she spoke out. No, Ted Sarandos had said you can speak out against a company. We're fine with that. It was that leaky. They don't release that information because that proprietary data is what they use to, like, you know, influence what they make, what they buy. Yeah. And that's how they determine these shows' success. So that is a massive internal part of their business, and that is something that they own. And so leaking that data as a way to tarnish them is a fireable offense. I'm sorry. It is. It's a fireable offense. And
if you're downloading information like that, I mean, that's not cool.
Well, most of these places you sign a contract when you work there. It's like, and that is in the contract. You're not allowed to give away company information.
Yeah, and a lot of stuff, like depending upon like what you create or something while you're at a job, can be proprietary to that company. You know, in like I've seen some instances, even stuff that people create on their supposed like non-working time. There's been companies that have exercised that. You know, I don't know if that's right in some instances, but
yeah, I mean, I've heard of that happening as well. It's the thing is like people are trying to take this issue. Good look, like you can like what Dave Chappelle said or not like what he said. It's entirely up to you. But there's a lot of people that have just been trying to take it and run it into this narrative, and that's not helped by the media that is backing them up and that is pushing these salacious headlines that are really like not accurate, you know. And I understand that these headlines are designed to get people to click on them, but a lot of people don't ever read past the headline, especially on social media.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, so I don't know, and I don't know, like how do they come to that number of 891 million? I mean, like, because they're not really selling advertising. I mean, it said perceived value.
Yeah, it's impact value.
Impact value or whatever. Like, I mean, but that many people didn't necessarily subscribe, right? I mean, you know, they did. It's not like they, you know, got that kind of value in subscribers off just this show, I would think. So,
I think what it is it's looking at the global conversation. You know, I don't know how they generally measure it, but I mean, they clearly know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And everything else. And so I have no freaking idea, like, what it could. I mean, you know, is it going to be like? Are they going to sell official Squid Game merchandise? Probably.
Yeah.
Are they going to do a season 2 of the show? Maybe. I don't know. I know the guy who created it was kind of iffy on it from what I read. I haven't seen the show yet, so I can't speak to that. You know, but like SNL parodied it the other day. That was pretty funny.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was. It was pretty good. Yeah, the country song. Yeah. It was
oh,
good.
yeah, that was great. I love Pete Davidson. But it's like
it was actually a good episode last night of Saturday Night Live.
Oh, okay. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet.
Yeah, the episode was actually decent.
But it's so there's so much there that adds value to the company. I think what it is that people are just looking for a way to dump on Netflix because of this. And again, I've said this multiple times, and I'm about as left as they come in a lot of issues, but I do view this as being very performative. And if there's one thing I honestly cannot stand, it's performative activism. Like Jim Lee yesterday at DC Fandom, that was performative activism. And that was really ridiculous. And it just felt so forced. And it felt like, you know, like someone had a gun pointed at him off screen.
Right.
Like, say it, Jim. Say it. You know? And then like, it just felt like, oh, maybe you've heard the news and he's coming out. It's like, who cares? Does it impact the story? You know, like, is there an episode dedicated to discovering each other's bodies? I have no idea. You know, I don't know. I just think like it's so performative in many of these instances, and people just like they use it as a way to just get clicks.
Well, and that's the thing. So much of it is just like posturing, right? It's like we're trying to say the right thing, to hit a certain demographic, right? To get a certain response out of it. And you know, we talked about this in depth this week. You know, with the whole, you know, Jonathan Kent situations, like because I said the same thing. Like, I really don't care if they made him bisexual or not. I mean, if that somehow affects the story in a positive way, and they have a story to tell and it's going to make sense going forward, great. You know, like, you know, I don't see a problem with that. What I think would be a travesty, and look, we had, I thought it was really great because the night that we had like a big thing, we had 2 nights on it, because the first night when the news came out, and then the next night when Dean Cain said the stuff that he said. And like, you know, we had 2 people on the panel who were actually bisexual. And I thought it was funny because, you know, Saggy came in and Saggy was talking about it and just saying, you know, like, look, I feel that it's posturing. I feel like that they're just trying to pander to me, you know, and those are her words, you know, that she just felt like they were just trying to, be like, oh, hey, you know what, look, here it is, instead of actually giving a character that actually is that way. And I kind of said that too. It's like with Batwoman, for example. Like, Batwoman was a character that hadn't been in comics for decades, right? Like, it wasn't an established character anymore. They basically reinvented the character of Batwoman from the ground up because she wasn't a character. But they made her a lesbian from the very get-go. So you knew what you were getting. You know what I mean? Like, you knew what it was going to be about, and you could follow that.
Yeah.
I think one of the problems with stuff like this is like, I hope that they actually use Jonathan Kent in a positive way, and that this is a thing that you know, positively affects it. But I hope that they don't just diminish it to trying to sell comic books by that being the focus of Jonathan Kent, instead of him being Superman, instead of him, you know, helping people, saving people, doing whatever. Like, even if you have him as an activist, that's fine, right? You know what I mean? Like, even if you have him fighting for you know equal rights, and you have stuff like that, that's great, that's fine. But like, it's got to be more than just a tokenism of, hey, by the way, he's bisexual, and that, like, everything is just about that, you know? Because I don't think that doesn't sell comic books in the end, and I don't think that that's a good story in the end. You know, is when people either be it by race, by sexuality, by anything, are just tokenized, and you know, and there's no real story there. It's just, yeah, you know.
I think, you know, there could be a story there, obviously, and I did say this in my I don't know if you saw that part of my video yesterday, but I said, you know, the problem with coming out and making that statement is now it puts this incredible pressure on the product to be overwhelmingly good, because now you have to justify that character choice rather than just treating it like it's normal and having it be a thing. You know, and that's every time they come out and they go, oh, we're doing an all-female reboot of this, like with Ghostbusters 2016. I'm just, you know, as an example.
Yeah.
Regardless of what you think about the movie itself, you have to at least acknowledge that because it took the name and because it took the mantle of being an all-female reboot, it now had to overperform. It couldn't just be okay.
Yeah.
It had to be better than the original in order for it to have the same kind of social impact. And that's kind of what happens every time, these
point.
like people come out in these stories, or people come out in real life is not the same thing, because like, it's just like, that's who they are. And that's great. But it's like in these stories when they do this and they're like, oh, you're like, well, now you're just putting this pressure on that doesn't need to be there. How can you sit there and ask people to treat something as normal when it is not presented as such? And these companies, and at the end of the day, companies don't even care. The companies don't even care. It's like, Marvel let them do it all the time with a bunch of the comics. Like Mockingbird, like asked me about my feminist agenda shirt. That where's that comic? Canceled. Angela, Queen of Hell, like where Thor's grandfather was talking about like the Gaza Strip, or something along those lines, and it's just like, oh no, she blocked it out because it was like something opinions on Israel. And I'm like, why would Thor's grandfather give a crap about what goes on in the Gaza Strip? Is he going to sit there and complain about the U.S. giving $1 billion to the Iron Dome? No.
Yeah. Right.
He doesn't care. So why is it there? It's not conducive to the story. But it's all about trying to, like, you want to like push an agenda, and then it puts this massive spotlight on it. And then you get people like bounding into comics and those guys who run those articles.
Sure.
And then it just it just confuses people. Like I came across an article today talking about how Henry Cavill was leaving The Witcher, and I'm like, wait, what? Like this is on Facebook today, and I'm like, wait, what? Okay, no, like for one, like he loves playing Geralt, so like
Didn't
what
he
the
just
hell?
sign on and do another season?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, so the article, the website is some Indian website, and they say, and then they do a lot of it kind of like Giant Freaking Robot and those guys that kind of like link back to themselves, but they keep saying that CNN is reporting that Henry Cavill is leaving, and the article they link to is from 2018. And it says Henry Cavill to lead LEAD, the Witcher series for Netflix. So the guy whoever wrote the article is so dumb, did not understand, at least through maybe Google Translate, effed up what lead and leave were. And he keeps hyperlinking back to it. But this is news as going out on Facebook, and it's not being I reported it.
Exactly.
I absolutely reported it as being fake news, because that's exactly what it was. But it's like, this is what I said.
That's the problem that I have, man. Like, look, we even talked about it the other night with like the Dean Cain thing, right? Because there's plenty of people like who just they hate Dean Cain just because of his political views, right? And they hate his takes on stuff and whatever. But I know people who hate his takes that, like, when we were talking about like some of the headlines, because like because we actually listened to the video of him on Fox News. We actually went to the Fox News one because that's where he was at when he said it, right? And we actually listened to it and we broke it down. We talked about what it meant, and what we thought it meant and everything. But there were like 3 or 4 headlines, man, that we read that were like absolutely off. Like as to like they were like, Dean Cain blasts DC for having Superman come out as bisexual, and it's like, that wasn't in the article. Like, that wasn't in the statement. Like, he said some things that could be perceived a few different ways, but like, that wasn't it. And I'm really tired of it, man, because we see that it's for clicks. Like you can't tell me for a second that DC didn't know by putting out there, because I saw so many of these, and you probably did too. Most of the article, headlines were not, Superman's son or Jonathan Kent Superman is bisexual. It was Superman comes out as bisexual. That's why Lois Lane was trending that day, because people, one, don't know how to spell Lois apparently. But there were plenty of people like who were talking about, Lois Lane. And so it became this thing. that Lois Lane or Lewis Lane was actually trending. The next day, Lois trended because of all the people trying to tell everybody that they were stupid for not knowing how to spell Lois. But the thing is, I saw so many people trying to defend that fact. I saw people who are gay who did not read full articles or didn't actually hear the full statement about what was going on, but they went off that headline that Superman was now bisexual, who were saying, well, we didn't want that. We didn't want that. Like, why would you take a character that's been, it's 80 years old and all of a sudden try to announce something like that on him? So you're absolutely right. People don't read the articles. They read the headlines. And you can't tell me for a second DC did not know what that they were just innocent in that. Like, they weren't trying to drum up some kind of, excitement or like the clickbait where you get the people who would be happy about, like Superman Clark Kent coming out that way, right? Who are going to click on that, or see it. And then, you're going to get the opposite too, of the people who are just going to be, mad about it. So you get both clicks, and it's just, it's silly. It's really silly.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm just kind of like so over it. Like, it just kills. It really does kill like a lot of my desire to like even like talk about stuff as it goes on. I'm like, cause I don't know. It ends up really kind of just, like sucking. It just sucks the life out of it. And then nowadays though, with like everything, again, this is kind of my problem with everything is, look at Fandom, like Fandom. Okay. It gave us 24 hours of things to talk about.
Yeah.
Now it's over. What else you got? I think we spend more time talking about what's going on versus actually watching what's going on. It's like, oh, this new movie dropped. Did you see it? No. Oh, this new show came out. Did you see it? I mean, I heard of it. I want to watch it, but no. Yeah. Whereas like, I think to an extent, like we could do something, and this is kind of an idea I've been toying around with, of like, it's like the watch parties are a thing, but it's also like scheduling the time to watch it. And then talk about it and like get people in on a schedule, on a routine to talk about things, because then that would get them excited to be part of a group. And the way YouTube operates, at least on the news coverage side of things, I'm telling you, like, it's been practically dead unless you're covering like an ending explained, right? Or a breakdown video where you just go to Reddit and read the comments and then translate that to a video. It gets very difficult to get that long range, traction. And that's kind of where it's like, it's very difficult. I think, I don't know. I'm kind of speaking just from my own frustration with it.
Sure.
But but then again, it's like the IATSE thing is interesting, but how much of it is do we care about the individual worker versus, oh, I don't want this to delay our favorite shows by 90 days.
Yeah.
No. And I, as someone who has worked in, I care for both, but also I'm not going to lie. It's like, oh, I don't want Mando delayed by another 3 months.
True.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm also like thinking, I mean, that's something for us to talk about, for a couple of weeks or however long the strike is going on. I mean, there's that, but I always also thought about like, it's an opportunity for us as YouTubers to, because we do have, or I mean, people watch these channels, at night where they could be watching something else.
And I'm not denigrating that. I'm not attacking anyone. It's
I
trust
love
me.
it,
I'm very
man.
appreciative of everyone who watches. I'm just frustrated because
it sucks because you got to try to create something new, something different, that's not necessarily covering this all the time. And it's just like, it doesn't necessarily get the right kind of traction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's kind of why I've been getting into like the storytelling podcasting sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like, because that is something that people are there is value there. It's called evergreen content. And I've been really watching TikTok recently and like in Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts. And that's a great gateway to meet more people, because if you can get a short on the shelf, the short shelf is what they call it, that can go out to like millions of people that might click and check you out, like I criticized like Gina Carano the other day in a short here on YouTube, mostly to troll people, but I put it up on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. And it didn't do very well on anything other than TikTok. And TikTok has gotten like over 5,000 views. And I've gotten up like another like 20 new follows by a lot of anti-fandom menace people, So there's an audience there for that kind of content. And I can also go, hey, listen, I talk over here, I do this. People can go and find it or whatever. So there are ways to like build up the audience through alternate means. And honestly, like when it comes to the TikTok space, I like TikTok quite a bit. I think the actual video creation part of their app is really interesting.
Yeah.
But it is reaching people in a very, like,
I think it was that dude Vince said in the chat just earlier, like some people just dismiss TikTok as just being stupid because they get on there and look, there's a lot of stupid stuff on TikTok. Okay, let's be honest, but there's a lot of stupid stuff on YouTube. There's a lot of stupid stuff on YouTube. Sure. And so I think I interviewed a guy named Matt Bosler, who's a comedian. He's a musician and stuff. And he was one of the first interviews. He was actually the first interview that I did of somebody on TikTok. I've now interviewed like I have 3 or 4 artists from TikTok, because I started finding when I first got TikTok and downloaded the app, because my family had the app, like my kids had the app and stuff. They're like, oh, you should check this out. It's funny videos and stuff. And I was like, okay. And then I kind of got bored of it like within a week. Right. And I deleted it. And then they showed me a video on there and I was like, oh, okay, I'll re-download it to watch this or whatever. And I did. But then I started finding like really talented people, either for comedic things that were actually putting time, like you said, they were like editing these videos together and like putting time into them and making like really funny things. And then like there was like informational TikToks. There were people who were sharing like history or like stories, like you were talking about, you know what I mean? Like just this treasure trove. And like, yeah, you flip it through and then, then all of a sudden there's some girl doing a dance, right? And you're just like, okay, whatever. And you just, but you go on. But a lot of it is like your algorithm, right? So like eventually it starts learning the kind of stuff that you actually like, that you engage with. It's kind of like YouTube, right? It'll start showing you stuff, and every once in a while it gets a little crazy and gets off, but you just got to engage with the things that you think. But yeah, I mean, I think it's great that more talented people are engaging with that app. And I think it's like, but Matt, the guy that I interviewed, he said at first he wanted to dismiss TikTok. Now he's become really popular on TikTok. He's got a huge following on TikTok. And, he said at first he dismissed it, and then he had to realize, it's just like any other social media outlet, right? Like you can't dismiss them. You have to embrace it and figure out how to use it in a good way.
Yeah. I can't stand Instagram. Instagram. And it's like, I'm not a big fan of Instagram, but it's because I feel like, and again, even like the YouTube shorts, like their creation software for that is terrible. Mm-hmm. Which is why people just import over from TikTok and whatnot. So it's like, there's a lot there in order to like reach people faster, to like, I've seen people when they're talking about breaking news, they'll do a TikTok or they'll do a short and they'll put that up there, on, like I got invited on $3 Theater. I got to respond to the email, but I got invited from YouTube to enter into their beta shorts program.
Oh yeah.
I think because a couple of the shorts I did actually did pretty well. Nice. And so they're like, yeah, you should come over and do this. And then since then I just kind of dropped off making them. I haven't done as many, mostly because I've been spending more time. Like when I go to when I drop my daughter off at school, I go to the library and then I do research and I write up a script for an episode of Stranger Days generally. And so I'm like, I haven't done as many than I need to. So it's like, you got to just kind of figure it out. But I mean, yeah, that's kind of where social media is going. It's like, not that I feel like vertical video is where it's at, because it's not.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
But at the same time, there's a lot of like there's a one girl on TikTok. I think her name is like Call Me Chris or whatever. Okay. And she does these videos where it's like, it's just her, but she'll play like 4 different characters. And the way that they edit them is very similar to how Ryan George edits the pitch meeting.
Oh yeah.
The reason why those videos do very well is because of the sound design. Believe it or not, that's actually one of the key reasons why he's able to sell that as well as he does. Because there's a little bit of an overlap with the audio with the next clip. So it tricks your brain into thinking that they actually are talking to each other rather than him just putting on 2 different outfits.
Oh yeah.
It's all great in regards to psychology and how they shoot stuff. And again, there's a lot of talent goes into the pitch meeting episodes, so it's like there's a lot of great content out there that's not just, I don't know, the shit I make, I should say, because I'm a talker. But anyway, sorry, I'm a little, my brain is fried.
I've got my TikTok, and I've done a couple of fun, videos on TikTok and stuff. It just takes time, right? And so like if you want to do something creative and like kind of like Brian was been talking about, like doing sketches or things like that, like it's like I've got that mindset. And so like I've written sketches, I've done videos and stuff like that. But it just takes a lot of time, like when you actually have to sit down and you have to write something and think about it and put it together and then film it and then edit it and then get it out there. And then it's like disheartening when you put a couple out there and it's like nobody watches the first few, and you gotta like try to get it going, and it's the whole thing, man.
Well, I mean, so the thing with that is though, is like YouTube actually will recommend videos like well after the fact. Like we're talking 2 to 6 months. They'll recommend it, which is why like aiming for like, and this is honest to God, why where the algorithm is now, aiming for content that can be, watched down the road is pretty good, because like that's what they're going to be promoting in everything else. Like I like doing the live streams, but it's like, I always think of like, what else can I do to bring in more content? Like reviews are really something that people are interested in, but it's again, finding the time to watch and then sit down and review something.
Yeah.
But that's why for Stranger Days, I have an editor now. A friend of mine, hit me up and he's like, hey, he's edited stuff for me in the past. And he's all like, I'm not doing anything. Like, can I edit your videos?
So that'd be great. I wish I could figure that. I mean, like, I wish I had the money to pay somebody to edit it.
Oh no, he's doing it for free. Like that's the thing.
I know.
Like,
I know. I hate. If somebody has the time and they're able to do it, it's like I hate to put that on somebody. You know what I mean? But it's like, yeah, I mean that because that's the thing. Editing, it's hard.
It's very time consuming.
It's hard when you're trying to create, shoot, edit, post, do the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like it takes so much time and creativity and just time. Really.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just sitting here for literally hours, like even when I shot the, associate producer video, for example, right? Like I did all of that, man. Like, I shot, I had to write the song, sit down and write the whole thing, and then play the music, and record the music, record all the vocals. And then I had the whole thing recorded. That's why the song almost didn't come out, because I recorded the entire thing. And that's when my hard drive crashed. So I had to recreate it on my son's laptop. And I recreated it in GarageBand, but like I had the elements. And so like I put them together, I mixed them, and I got that done. And then it was like, okay, then I went out and I did studio shots, and then we went out, and shot some stuff out and about. And it's like, I had to take all this stuff, and you can't look, and this is not like the 80s, like the 70s or 80s, where you can have like these long shots in a music video now, where it's like nowadays, if you have a shot that's like 5 seconds long, that's like on the same shot, it feels like an eternity, because everything is just so
quick,
bam, and quick. And so it's like, everything is like a 1, 2, 3 second shot at most. And it's like, you got to be editing all these little parts, making sure it's all lined up and everything. And, and it's like, man, I think it took me the editing. I think I started at like 7 PM on a Friday night. And at 9 AM the next morning, Saturday morning, I was like still going, and I hadn't finished it. And I went to bed at like 10 AM and woke up at like 4 in the afternoon. Got back on it at like 5, and I was done by 6. So I only had about an hour left. But man, just that, shooting a music video, man, and trying to get a music video out, like the whole process is exhausting. But it's great when you're done, and you can say, yeah, I did that,
Well, it's like when I did the Podio commentary on The Mandalorian. It took me like about 2 hours to write it. And then I recorded it. I recorded the audio, and then I put it in the editor. And then it took me about another probably 3.5, 4 hours to edit like an 18-minute video, and that was just that was mostly just using static images, because I wasn't wanting to use. I don't like to use clips from shows.
Yeah, it's
so much of a hassle.
Yeah.
So I try not to do that. But again, I'm just like, man, so I'm like, but it's so much easier if you're kind of on camera and you're just like telling a story. People kind of like that, but then again, you still need to have like you still have to, when it comes to people watching, having like the quick cuts actually actually allows for engagement to be higher or watch time, because what it does is it keeps tricking the brain from getting into a lull. So if you're so it's like having that in there like helps, or having something that's gonna like make noise or move around. I mean, we are very weird. What is it, like 13 seconds is in some cases? No, 7 seconds is people's like attention span these days,
which is crazy, man. And it's like, I see, like, have you seen this new? There's like this this app that keeps popping up like as a commercial for stuff, and it's like for making your own music video or whatever. And it's like so silly, but like all they show is like one shot. Like we're basically, I just filmed my shot of me lip syncing to my video, and it was great. And look, I made a professional video. It's like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. You made a video. You put a filter over it, and you put some music over it. Like that's not a.
Well, you know that's what TikTok used to be, right?
Yeah.
Was Musically. So
yeah. This is interesting. RJ says, I'm kind of upset with Snyder fandom going at each other again. Really? Now everyone is calling Chris Swenson a WB shill. Come on, guys. So, well, yeah, RJ, it's the same stupid stuff that was happening to me a couple of months ago because people were sending me stuff and like talking about Chris as well. And it's stupid. You can't say anything positive about anything right now that WB's doing at all without a certain it's a certain group of the fandom, right? It's not it. I've said it and I'll say it again because I know who the people are. They don't represent the larger fandom. They don't represent the people who are actually close to it. They're people who are butthurt over stuff that's happened over the last few years. They feel that they've been disengaged from stuff, but a lot of it's their attitude and the way that they treat people. And that's just honest to God truth. And they're mad because they're not, for some reason, they're mad because they feel like they deserve more. They deserve to have gotten closer to Zach, or, like more, acknowledgement or whatever. And so they're just ticked off about it. And yeah, RJ, I'm right there with you. Look, Chris is a good guy. I've known Chris for a long time, and Chris is a good guy. Chris is not a shill for anyone. Chris just loves DC. And here's the thing. It's okay to love DC and to report on stuff DC and to like stuff and to hope for the best for DC. What's so wrong about that? Like, look, you guys know I am Snyder-verse supporting to the hilt. Matt has made fun of me so much, even for like my support of the Snyder-verse, and people, try to, even give me a hard time about it, and that's fine. I take it all with whatever it is. But the thing is, there's people who literally try to tell me that I'm not, Snyder supporting enough because I won't completely just eliminate anything that's not Snyder. That like they literally want Snyder to come back and like lead the whole thing, to be the Feige of the the DC universe, and that's just not going to happen. He doesn't even want to do that, So like I don't get those people, RJ, and I agree with you, man. It's so dumb, and it's just, it needs to stop. People just need to let the thing chill and let people enjoy what they like, and stop trying to tell everybody, stop trying to act like there's some moral issue with somebody liking a movie because there's some executive way up somewhere who's a douchebag who needs probably to be called on the carpet and needs to give account for some things they do. But the thing is Matt, you've been in the industry long enough. We've all watched the entertainment industry long enough that if we literally stopped watching entertainment by any company or any company that had an executive who was a douchebag, we wouldn't watch anything. You would never listen to any music again, because most music producers, let's just be honest, there's a lot of music producers who are just absolute idiots, and racist, misogynist, whatever. You would not listen to any of your favorite bands anymore. You wouldn't, because there's all this public persona, and then there's the behind the scenes. So you got to look at stuff for what it is, and and try to be a voice for something better. Speaking of a voice that we like around here, look, what's up, Saggy?
Somebody, how did somebody already in the chat call that? Did I miss something?
Call what?
Elmo said it's definitely Saggy, and I'm like, definitely Saggy what? How does he know? Are you stalking me, Elmo?
Deranged Enosh. They think you're deranged Enosh.
I'm sussing you.
Well, hey guys, I hate to dip, but I know Saggy just got here, but I have to try to get to sleep. Do you not hear my voice, Saggy?
We know that you got a feud with Saggy. You heard it here first, folks.
No.
I know Saggy just got here, but I'm out.
No, it's not. I wasn't even. I've been here for like an hour. I wasn't even going to be here for like that long. So.
Yeah,
but
Jarbo, it's okay. I get it. We got beef. It's fine.
No. What?
Doesn't like you.
What?
No.
Who? What? No. What? No way. Okay,
Y'all
good night,
crazy.
Jarbo.
All right, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna try to get some rest and feel better.
There you go.
All right, see you guys.
Eli says here, everyone can love whatever they want. Gatekeeping what people like or limiting what you can watch based on loyalty is kind of lame. It is. Brian knows that.
Oh no,
I know that.
Hey guys, I was trying to say this about the Snyder community months ago. I'm glad we all kind of came to our senses and just kind of chilled on it. You know what I mean?
So I think that side of the fandom split off, and they really showed themselves. They exposed themselves, and there's people in there who I've liked. There's people who I've supported. There's people who've been that have been on this channel even. But right is right and wrong is wrong, and I'm sorry, everything can't be this negative thing all the time. You know,
true.
But negativity gets clicks, Enosh. Where have you been?
I know.
It's the YouTube game, guys. It's the YouTube game. We all need to get the hate clicks and the clout chasing.
But it ain't working. It ain't even working for him. It ain't working. You know who gets clicks every time? Is a guy that's been starting off all my shows lately, and that's Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds says he's going to take a little sabbatical for movie making. I'm heartbroken. If I have any kind of man crush, it's on Ryan Reynolds. I was telling Tiffany like a couple of weeks ago. I said, listen, Ryan Reynolds. It's not fair that he exists. It is not fair that Ryan Reynolds exists. Like, to be that good looking, to be that talented, to be that rich, and just like what chance did the rest of us have?
It's like it's all ticking boxes off. Yeah.
Oh no! So somebody
what's up?
Elmo said he needs to see my hands at all times, so I'm making sure that's a thing. And listen, Radical, I can't wear makeup all the time. It's cakey, it's heavy, and it also causes acne. So yeah, sometimes you're gonna see me without makeup. If you can't appreciate this the way it is now, then you don't deserve it when it's all made up. I'm just saying.
Saggy, you look beautiful.
Just saying.
Always.
Thank you.
You look beautiful.
Always beautiful.
Thank you. All natural.
She's got that cute little face. Look at, and she's even in the background. She's like doubling it up there. She's like on the background on the screen.
Wait. Is my face cute now? Hold on.
Yeah, even so.
Would you date this? I'd date this.
Even with stink face, it's all good.
Make sure you clip it and meme it, guys.
I'm not that quick.
Here's Step with a 1999 super chat. Thank you, Step. Says a sabbatical in the language of actor means 6 months to a year. This just gives him an advantage in negotiations with Marvel. You know, that's probably a really good point. I hope that's it. Let's take a look at what he says here. Thank you, Step, so much, man, for the $20 super chat. Let's see, what will we give? Let's see, what will we give him for that? I'm gonna give you one of these. I'm gonna give you one of these because it's painful to learn of a sabbatical from Ryan Reynolds.
God,
I feel like every time you drop that, you should send that poor kid's family like $1 or something to help.
I'm sure, man. I'm sure.
Oh, man. But Ryan Reynolds, that's. I mean, it sucks because I love Ryan Reynolds and everything he does. He's a great actor. He's a great talent. But sometimes actors need a break. They have, I think Ryan has family and stuff, so I think he wants to take a break and do life stuff. He's made enough money where he can do that. So good on him.
This is here. Ryan Reynolds has announced that he's taking a little sabbatical from movie making after wrapping production on his latest project. The actor took to Instagram on Saturday to share that he had completed work on Spirited, his upcoming holiday movie for Apple TV Plus. Reynolds had been working on the production since July. That's a wrap for me on Spirited. Not sure I'd have been ready to say yes to a film this challenging even 3 years ago. Reynolds wrote in his Instagram post. Perfect time for a little sabbatical from movie making. I'm going to miss every second working with this obscenely gifted group of creators and artists. These days, kindness matters as much as talent. I've been lucky to work with folks who are flush with both. Along with expressing his praise for the Spirited team, Reynolds also shared his excitement about working alongside Will Ferrell and reuniting with Octavia Spencer, his co-star from 2017's The Nine. So that's why we got the whole video that we opened the show with. You know, I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet. It's got that whole thing, which, by the way, is an actual song. Did you know that? I did not know that was an actual song. It's an actual song. You can look it up. It's an actual song. And actually, I'll be honest with you, I like their version, the way that they sing the chorus better, but it's very Freddie Mercury like, though. It's very Queen-esque, the original song. It's pretty good. I can't remember the artist right now off the top of my head, but Blake Lively, Reynolds' wife, left a comment on the post writing that Michael Caine did it first, which is funny. The joke is a reference to the recent rumors that Michael Caine was going to be retiring, which turned out apparently not to be true. We found out live on the show. However,
there's no such thing as an actor retiring. When he's just in between roles.
Right. It says, however long Reynolds' sabbatical turns out to be, the break is hardly unearned. The actor has already starred in 2 2021 movies with Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard, which was okay. I like the Hitman's Bodyguard better. But Free Guy was fantastic. Was absolutely fantastic. It says, and he has another on the way with Netflix's Red Notice, a high-budget action movie in which he co-stars with Dwayne Johnson and Gal Gadot. Reynolds also served as a producer on Free Guy and is currently producing Spirited. Spirited is billed as a reimagining of Charles Dickens' story, A Christmas Carol. Reynolds plays the Ebenezer Scrooge figure in the movie. Apple has not set an official release date for the film yet, so maybe next year it'll come out.
Oh, sweet!
But
I can rent it on Vudu. Fantastic. Yeah. I might do that.
Watch what?
Free Guy.
Oh, dude, watch Free Guy. Free Guy is so good. Like, I don't think that I've been that excited about just a new IP movie like in a long time.
And see, I think I need to get more excited about that sort of thing, because it's like, if we want the industry to survive, I think it needs to build off of stuff that's not traditional IP. I guess the best way to put it.
I can get you excited, Brian.
Well, this is true.
I love the way he said it. It's like, yes, this is true. This is true.
No, I haven't seen Free Guy. I've been watching, thanks to RJ. I'm surprised RJ's not here. Was he here earlier?
So he's in the chat.
Oh, okay. Well, RJ hooked me up with his Disney Plus, so I've been literally watching everything. So I not banged out WandaVision, banged out What If, banged out Black Widow, banged out. I just finished The Mandalorian, which was amazing. I cried like a baby at the end. Like, I was literally sitting there crying. My boyfriend was sitting next to me. He's like, "Are you seriously crying?" And I'm like, "Yes, the baby is crying. Yes, and it's Luke Skywalker. You don't understand. It's been." And mind you, he has not seen it at all with me, so he's coming in this, watching it, and watching me cry like a baby. Like, "It's like a Grogu in the Mandalorian. You don't understand. It's like super serious." And he was just like, "You have issues." Yes, I do. But yes, I've been watching so much. But Free Guy's on my list. But right now, I just finished Raya, The Last Dragon, which was surprisingly really amazing. I'm really liking Disney Plus. Thank you, RJ.
There you go.
I will not support Disney, though. Screw you. You won't get money on me.
See, she starts hanging out with those people for like a couple of weeks, and then all of a sudden, man, she's just like, but she'll watch the content.
No, she's had this consistent since before this.
I was gonna say I wasn't. Yeah, I've always been like, I don't want to pay for Disney, and I haven't for a long time. And everybody literally has been fighting me tooth and nail, like, well, if you don't want to pay for it, I give it to you. And I was like, okay. I gave in because I want to watch these things. You guys talk about these things. I'm always on the panel sitting there like, hey, Saggy, have you watched WandaVision? No.
No.
Have you watched Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Saggy? No. Well, why are you here? That's what I always ask.
Yeah, why are you here? Then why the heck are you here? Deranged Enosh is here with a $2 super chat. It says, get a cup of Jarbo soup, honey.
All right.
I got
What
the
is
sniffles.
happening?
I
What
got
is
the
this?
sniffles a little bit. So
Deranged Enosh?
So Deranged Enosh popped in the chat last night in the 5th hour of the show. We went over 6 hours. We almost went 6.5 hours last night.
Crap!
It was a great stream though. It was a great stream. It was epic.
Okay.
But the thing is, because we talked about all things fandom. In fact, we actually skipped the last topic, which was Smallville, so that I could actually talk about some Smallville stuff tonight. That's why I brought it on tonight, because we totally skipped it yesterday. But then we started talking about Star Trek. We started talking about J.J. Abrams. We started talking about like all this other stuff. Yeah, I know we started talking about all this other stuff, and so we still went that long.
No way I could have lasted that long though.
But Deranged Enosh popped in here. It was the Jarbo-verse versus the Enosh-verse all night long, and so there was like all these different screen names and stuff popping in with all these different things, and like Deranged Enosh kept $2 super chat after $2 super chat after $2, but like as different people with different pictures, and so I'll just show you. I will show you some, because I only got 3 of the screenshots from some of the things there. So you had this was the wise guru Jarbo.
It looks like he's gonna sell me a record at the local record store. Not the corporate record store, but like the indie record store.
The indie record store that kind of smells like pot.
Yeah, it's going to show me show me where the best thrash metal EPs are from the late 80s, early 90s.
It's the record store that like it has records, yes, but like it also has a supply of
it's a head shop too.
Yes, of various other yeah. So there's that, but then there's this one, which is a combination apparently of
license and registration, please.
I don't know what this is right here. This is kind of crazy. This is like, I think Jarbo, me, and somebody else with a mustache.
Stay on target.
But this is the one that broke the internet last night.
Looks like Jet Porkins.
This is the one that like I literally, Saggy, I almost left this up last night. I almost just left the stream going and just just left this like as just the picture. I almost just left it like this. It was like, we'll see you guys later. Good night. Just
people have way too much time on their hands, and I'm literally living for it. Oh my god, that looks like the type of person that's not. I'm sorry, and this is no slight on Joe. That guy looks like somebody. If I saw him outside the school playground, I'm calling the cops.
Right? He's got a van.
He's got a van for free candy.
It doesn't have any windows in it. It's 4-wheel drive.
Why did they give him so much hair?
The Bears.
Looks like George wins.
Why did they give him so much hair?
That's 4 chins, ladies and gentlemen.
I was going to do a stream, but Dick decided to do my stream for me.
He looks like the assistant coach in the Bears from like.
He looks like if Chris Farley didn't die, it was unsuccessful as an actor.
Right.
Well, you know what?
Washed it.
You know what? This version of Jarbo really loves sausage.
Would you like some sausage? Would you like some sausages?
What? That is so old, you know.
I love that movie,
but it's great. You can't tell me that's not great.
I have tears in my eyes. Oh my god, that picture just broke me inside. Like, oh my god, like.
Oh, Eli, I'm sure they're there. How did they? I could have swore I saw a couple at the Cubs game.
How did they like successfully give him like multiple chins?
I don't know. He says he's got a bunch more. He just doesn't have his stuff with him tonight.
Whoever did this, you are the GOAT, and I think your Photoshop skills to add fat rolls onto someone's neck.
I was gonna say that is like 3-4 chins. That is so amazing. I'm blown away.
I need that picture to be on my background.
I'm telling you, I need a high quality version of this picture. Is what I need. This is what I need. I need high quality because it's just not the same when you
Please,
blow it up
someone
and it's
send
like
that to me.
whoa.
Please, someone send that to me. Please, I'm begging you. I will pay. Oh my God, what the? I just opened my eyes and I saw it closer. What are you doing to me?
It kind of reminds me of like the old weatherman from like back in the day. Like, you know, we're gonna have a cold front.
Wait, no,
moving
get
through.
closer to it. Get closer to it like you had it.
This is
No, go back a little. No, too far. Too far.
You're
A little more.
jolly.
Back. Right there. Donuts.
It's Percy Pringle.
I see you. Can I have some?
Well.
Apparently, people think I move my mouth weird when I do that.
That's my favorite album. That was my favorite album back in the day, and that's what we used to listen to, man. I tell you what, we'd pop that album on and cruise, and it was great, man. Like my sound system sounded great with my old cassettes, dude. Like, it was pretty cool.
When I was the roadie for Grand Funk Railroad, man, we had a lot of fun.
Well, the Grand Funk Railroad one reminds me of this guy right here.
All right.
Like I used to roadie for Grand Funk Railroad back in the day. Grand Funk Railroad, by the way, from Flint, Michigan.
There you go.
You know what's funny? I feel like that's the real guy, and they photoshopped Jarbo's face using that real guy's picture. And now I feel bad.
Sharp from Sharp
This dude is just like.
We got some new indicas in this week, man. It's testing out pretty good.
Man, we parked. We parked, man.
I've seen this guy at the dispensary.
I've seen this guy several places.
This guy exists.
Hey man, you got some edibles, man.
Same thing with the dude that like works at the coffee shop. He's like, nah, man, the free trade coffee shop, not that Starbucks bourgeois crap. We're talking fair trade coffee, okay?
We're talking edibles.
This is a good point, Rhea. It might be Tom Hanks. Only the hipsters have mustaches now. They look like the people who hung out with Jack and Larry at the Regal Beagle. Nice.
I like it when I have my mustache. I think it's cool, man. I look like a throwback. I kind of look like the Matt Jarbo picture with the mustache.
You want to trap my hot tub?
I should be working the security at the back of the Alice Cooper concert. You know, it's like that's Frankie Sharp over at Shark Records. He's making his way to Detroit, down into Cleveland.
He looks like he plays Magic the Gathering.
Chicago.
He does.
God, I miss that.
By the way, for the record, I wanted to point out that this hoodie was not intentional. I forgot I was wearing it. Somebody put down like, look at us, you're wearing a Geeks and Gamers hoodie, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I still have this on. It's actually pretty comfy.
Yeah, imagine so. Looks nice.
What? It's a comfy hoodie.
Hey man, sweatshirt's a sweatshirt, man.
Yep, yeah. It's soft in the middle.
What? It's soft in the middle.
Yep.
What's the middle of the hoodie?
It's soft. It's soft.
The person.
Why are you worried about it being soft? I don't worry about you when you're soft. I don't worry about that.
I'm not worried about it being soft.
Mine's all rough. Mine's all rough and coarse, and it
like
gets
sand.
Everywhere.
He's worried about me being soft or my hoodie being soft. I'm very confused.
I do Power Talk. I don't have many comics, but I do have a bunch of. I've got like all the Shazam toys that came out a couple years ago, and then I got some of the older ones too. Some of the DC classics ones. I got Shazam and Miss Marvel and that stuff. Yep. I did this cool little thing. I don't know if you can see it, but I did this nice little stand here of some of my stuff here.
That's an epic zoom.
Yes. See, yeah.
That's nice.
So
why are those women not wearing
small
pants?
Figures. Because it's Supergirl. It's Supergirl.
Why
That was her outfit. Those are her 80s. Those are her 80s costumes right there.
Well, why is it that that doesn't look very comfortable? Her legs must be really cold. The one on the right, the cleavage is a little too.
That's a classic look.
I feel like you'd fall out wearing something.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
gonna like. It's not like she's not even wearing a bra. How is her breast staying in her
She's
suit?
Supergirl. It's one of her.
So
powers.
does she have super boobs? I'm just curious.
She's Supergirl.
It's like super tape or something.
Right, like super tape on. Keep them there. I mean, the other one at least is covered.
You know, These are things you have to think about, like, you know.
You know, if Enosh was smart, he can make himself. He can make the Batman movie with all those action figures he has.
That's why Marvel makes good costumes. You know, they're functional. They think
No.
about that sort of stuff. See, I got your back, Enosh.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
I have his front.
And we're back.
Yeah, we're back.
And we're back. We're back and in effect. Welcome to Poindexter Lounge.
How big is my collection? Well,
Never ask a man how big his collection is. It's very rude.
Well, so I got.
How much
this light
time
off
you
here.
got?
Hold on just a second. I got to turn this light on and I'll show you. A little
See
something.
what you did? You had to
Right?
ask.
I added to mine today, dude. I picked up Green Lantern today. That's
So,
cool.
I mean,
I got the whole room.
Blue Beetle.
So this is just the room. I mean, but
Nice.
right.
Represent with the Blue Beetle.
So that's the room. Right.
Why do you hate me, Enosh?
I don't hate you.
Why do you hate me? I heard Saggy told me you were talking smack about
You know,
me.
I don't have a Blue Beetle action figure. I don't have any.
Of course
Blue
you
Beetle
don't,
stuff.
because you were
you
jealous.
see this right here? You see this right here? This is like stacks of like stuff I got to get to and figure out where to put the stuff. It goes on back there. But there's my Black Series wall. There's some G.I. Joe stuff here. There's my Terradrome right there.
Enosh legit has like an entire store in that one room.
Dude, seriously,
My
man.
wall of Bruce.
You just need to go get a place somewhere.
Right.
And just,
That
like,
entire room, Enosh, looks just like a store.
prioritize what you want to get rid of.
Right.
Sell
But
it.
see, I love it all. I love it all, man. So like, yeah, I mean,
no, this is true.
I love it all. So
I don't know how you guys are acting like this the first time you've seen this man's room. He's done many tours of
It
his
is
room.
really not the first time I've seen this.
Right.
This
He's
is
done an entire stream just talking about everything that's in that room.
It's literally how I met Enosh, is on a stream where we saw his bedroom or his office.
But you don't have me, so you don't have it all.
I don't have a Blue Beetle.
You don't have a Blue Beetle?
Why don't you have me, Enosh? What did I do to hurt you? Why are you against the
The heck?
Latino community?
Yeah, man, he canceled.
You need diversity and inclusion in that room, and you don't have Blue Beetle. You don't have me. How dare you? I will save the DCU.
You know, I'm not very versed on Blue Beetle. Is that Blue Beetle like the new Blue Beetle or the white Blue Beetle?
The white Blue Beetle? I'm Blue Beetle. I'm Jaime Reyes.
Well, are you sure that's that Blue Beetle?
Yes. I
Are
am
you
that Blue
sure?
Beetle.
How
I'm
many
probably
Blue Beetles
sure. I'm
are
pretty sure.
there?
Where you getting
Well,
at?
there
Are you
was Cord, who's a white guy who used to be Blue Beetle, and now there's the Hispanic Blue Beetle.
No, this is Jaime's Blue Beetle because it comes with his little blaster that he transforms his hands with the blaster. This is the
Does it?
Jaime
Okay.
Yeah.
I was making sure.
I know Blue Beetle. I know where you go with this.
Sure you do. I'm sure you do.
You know, kick Superman's butt.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's funny. That's funny. But you know what?
Doom Cluck was wrong. What? What was that?
Doom Cluck was wrong.
Doom Cluck was wrong. Oh.
Damn.
Okay.
Yes.
Was it? Okay.
Yes. Deranged Enosh with a $2 super chat says, "Oh, honey, get you a cup of Jarbo."
That sounds gross.
I do have a Power Girl. Is
that the new flavor of boba tea?
Yes, it's a new flavor of boba tea. So let me see here. So if I go up here, see if it'll. Power Girl is right there behind Superman.
How could you miss her? Her boobs are in the way.
Well, exactly. There's Shazam too, by the way.
How can you miss him? His boobs are in the way.
Right. Superman move. Gosh.
Hey, look, Tiff is there.
Yeah.
Right. Tiff is
Hey, look,
there.
there's Tiff.
Hey, that Flash helmet doesn't look stupid. Oh.
Exactly. Some other stuff there.
Hey, it's Aquamoa.
Oh, by the way, did you hear that the Dark Saber is coming to stores soon?
I already have one.
You already have the Dark Saber?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
I
coming to
already got the
GameStop.
Dark Saber. I already got the Dark Saber.
Oh, well, it's coming to GameStop.
I've had the Dark Saber, man. I've had my review up.
Where
of
did
it
you
for
get
like,
yours?
I ordered mine from Amazon. I had it coming through GameStop, but GameStop was taking forever to get it, and so like I literally canceled my order with GameStop and just ordered it through there.
Yeah, it's pricey. They're charging a lot for that thing at GameStop. I want one, but I'm like, I'm not spending that much money for that.
Yep. Oh yeah, I got that Pink Panther. That little Pink Panther there that was in that corner is actually the same Pink Panther. I had that when I was a kid. I was on my 5th birthday cake, and so I found it on.
Whoa! Deranged Enosh, I'm gonna need you to stop. Full stop on my girl Rhea right now. You do not listen. You can go after Brian. You can go after Enosh, but you leave my fiance alone. She's saying, "Oh, Rhea, my dude, you need a cup of Jarbo." No, she needs a cup of saggy melons, and you stay away from her. You hear me, deranged Enosh? I'll find you. You'll get a full gallon of Jarbo. Play with me.
Nobody wants a full gallon of Jarbo, though. Come on, let's be honest. Can we just
Nobody
be
wants
honest?
A cup of Jarbo.
Yeah. My true identity will be hinted. All right.
Jarbo.
It's Jarbo, right? It's Jarbo. Yeah. So look, I think that Ryan will be coming back in some capacity soon. I mean, I think he'll be doing whatchamacallit, Deadpool 3. You know, I mean, he's already been talking about that, and so I don't think it'll be too long before we'll see.
How many times has Ozzy said goodbye?
Well,
he's recording another album, dude. Ozzy is currently recording another album with like all the greats, like Zakk Wylde's coming back, like all these guys are coming back, and I'm just like, good for him, man. He's got Alzheimer's, but man, he's still kicking it out there, man. Like,
well, he did that song, "I Don't Want to Stop," and I was like, well, maybe you should.
But no, he's taking a break. He'll be back. It's like I said, it's not. He's made a lot of money. He's very successful. He can afford to take some time off from doing stuff, because then when he comes back, it's going to be like the biggest thing, especially when you announce that you're taking time off, and then everyone's like, oh no, Ryan's going. We're not going to see him for a while. And then when he comes back, we're going to be like, oh my God, yes.
It's called that triumphant return. You go away. You keep things quiet for a little while.
The effing Terradrome, where the magic happens. The Terradrome is where the magic happens, for sure. But then
it's not me.
Oh shit! Really? Is Ozzy ill in the hospital? Okay, I'm really sorry about that. I didn't know.
No,
I'm just saying he's had a lot of farewell tours. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, last I heard, I just saw an article about him yesterday and I didn't know he was in the hospital, but like it said yesterday that he was in the studio again. Damn. So I don't know. Yeah. So Yvonne. So I will say this. If I had a Blue Beetle, it'd probably be Ted Kord, because that was the Blue Beetle that I knew.
Because he's old.
Yeah, because I'm old. Yeah, I know, Eli. I'm the DC guy. Like I Blue Beetle, even with Ted Kord, like wasn't like on my radar. It's never really been He's never really been a huge, part of my everything. But actually, I want to get a Blue Beetle and a because I don't have a Blue Beetle and I don't have a what's his name Booster Gold, and I need to get a Booster Gold and a Blue Beetle, because those two guys, like, they're they team up a lot, and so I'd love to get that.
It's like a Waldo action figure, and just put him somewhere randomly in your wall of action figures.
Right. I don't have Waldo, but you know who I do have? I do have a Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh, there you go. Like, just do like a Where's Waldo with Napoleon Dynamite.
And this is right. And then this is something. This is something that's actually special that Tiffany got me, because we no longer have Toys R Us's.
Oh, good old Jeffrey.
Oh, why'd you remind us?
I know.
That was a place to be when you were a kid, man. Oh man,
because I don't want to grow up.
I remember playing the Super Nintendo on display. Yeah, that's how old I am, kids.
You know how old I am? I'm so old that I love Smallville, and
I love
Smallville.
Yeah, so I love Smallville. So there's some updates to some stuff going on with Smallville. I missed out this weekend on getting to meet Michael Rosenbaum because I couldn't go to my Comic-Con, which it was good and bad. My son Isaac went to the Motor City Comic Con. We didn't go, but Isaac went, and he said that like the lines were crazy, like, but that like the whole thing was kind of smaller, and like they're still trying to figure it out, right? So so it is what it is. But Michael Rosenbaum was there. I haven't met Michael Rosenbaum yet, but I met Tom Welling, and so this is the 20th anniversary of that. And so they talked a little bit, they had a whole segment on Fandom yesterday about that. But I thought that this was kind of cool because it's a Smallville Stars look back on the tragic 100. Well, hold on, wait, is that the right one? That wasn't the one that I wanted to show first. I'm sorry. So there's lots of stuff that came out about Smallville, about the animated series that they've been talking about, possible. So let me bring up the first one. So this was something that the Hollywood Reporter talked about first and said, we had freedom to change the mythology and oral history of Smallville. I think Smallville is such an underrated show by a lot of people who maybe didn't experience it when it came out, at first, like some younger people who didn't quite experience it. And then other people who became like upset at the show. And I get it because there were frustrating things as a Superman fan. Like we wanted to see Tom Welling in the suit, right? We wanted to see Tom become Superman. And I feel like a lot of us feel like we were cheated out of that. At the time, I was really frustrated, man. At the time that Smallville was out, there was a lot of things that I was frustrated with Smallville about because like they literally brought in like every Superman villain before he became Superman, including Doomsday. And I was just like, no.
I never watched Smallville, and I think it was because I had a friend who I found highly annoying at the time. So I was like, I'm not watching that show.
See, I get what you're saying, Enosh, but at the same time, it's like I understood why they were bringing those villains in at that stage. It was kind of like they needed something that was like they needed that conflict, and they also wanted to like give fans like those like have those appearances. I think they did it they could have done it better, like introduce those characters in a better way. Maybe even like with Doomsday. Well, with Doomsday, I think they should have at least hinted at that and not actually had him, but like been like hinted that he was around or that he would be a threat someday. But I liked the show, and I was actually okay with not seeing him in the suit just because I understood when I was watching it, like what it was about. It wasn't about him being Superman. It was about him being Clark Kent, figuring out who he was, where he came from, and then growing. And I know when that was a big thing, everyone was talking about, oh my God, he's not going to be Superman at the end. It's like, we already know he's going to be Superman. We don't need to see it because this show is not about, it's called Smallville, not Superman. It's called Smallville.
Tom actually auditioned. He didn't want to play the part, but he actually auditioned for Superman Returns.
Really?
Oh yeah. Because people like it would have probably made no sense, but they had him audition. Yeah.
Well, so... Michael was trying to do a petition to get the role of Lex Luthor for the movies instead of that what's his face? That other guy that played it in the Justice League.
Eisenberg.
Eisenberg.
Yeah, like Michael Rosenbaum was like kind of trying to petition to get the role, and I honestly would have loved it because I think he played a wonderful Lex Luthor.
To me, he's the best.
I could agree. Because that's why my issue with a lot of the DC movies is that they pay no homage to the television shows.
Right. There's like, I mean, the DC movies, the CW show did. Like, it was great to see Tom Welling in that Crisis on Infinite Earth. Like, that was the best thing, is to get that scene with him on the farm in Smallville. That made me squeal like a little girl. I was actually excited just to see Tom and Lucifer. I was like, oh my God, is that Tom Welling? That's awesome.
Was that the Doomsday from Smallville?
It looks like Solomon Grundy.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Okay, I was going to say, I was like, that looks like a Solomon Grundy.
Oh, man. Nerd cards revoked tonight, kids. But I'm really tired. I'm really tired in my defense, though.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, that's fair. You look tired, Brian. How was your day? Was it good?
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, look, Michael Rosenbaum to me is the best Lex Luthor. He was able to develop the character more than I think anybody else has ever been able to develop the character. And
I agree.
yeah, the show was just the show was special to me. I remember when the show started, I was so excited because we had actually Chicago WGN was a WB affiliate, right? When it started before it was CW, it was on WB, and it had been a WB affiliate for like a couple of years. And when they announced that Smallville was going to be on WB, I was like, well, okay, we're going to watch. So I popped popcorn the night that came out because all the commercials were coming out. Hey, Smallville starting whatever it was, September, whatever, 2001. And so was waiting, sat down. That was the first day that WGN got cut from my cable. It had been there. WGN Chicago had been a part of my cable system, our Comcast cable system, since I was a
beginning
kid.
of time.
Yes, since I was a kid. That was the one day that they decided, no, they switched it to like something else, and I lost my. So literally, I didn't get to watch the first 2 seasons of Smallville because it's not like today where you could like watch it on something else or whatever. And our cable system didn't have it, but the cable system for the place for the town that's like 10 miles down the road in Grand Blanc, they had charter cable. They had it down there. So I had a guy at my work who like started videotaping episodes. He videotaped like the first 6 episodes for me and then just started forgetting. So like I'd watch like the first 6 episodes of the show and then couldn't watch it anymore.
Yeah,
until the DVDs came out. I literally bought season 1 on DVD. We binged the whole thing in one day, pretty much. And then I had to wait till season 2 came out. And then by the time season 2 came out, we got a new WB affiliate where we could actually watch it on cable. So
I hated Lana Lang.
Oh, so did I, with such a passion. Oh my gosh, did I hate? I just hated the way that they portrayed her. She was so annoying, and just the puppy dog eye thing that like he just couldn't function without her and everything. It was just like, oh god. And then they let her go, and then they brought her back, and it was just like, no, he was doing so well. Please just let him be free of her.
Yeah, I was not a fan of Lana. She got on my nerves. And then it was confusing for me too because I wasn't a huge Superman comic book reader, so I only knew Lois. So when they brought in Lana, I was like, "Who is this?" And then they brought Lois in as a relative, and I'm just like, "That's awkward." So you tell me Superman smashed it was just smashing the family. That's what it came down to. He went from one family member to another. He was just going through the line. Who's next? One of their moms? Like it was very weird. I was like very put off by that. I was like, why couldn't you just have Lois? Who cares about Lana?
Yes, Jacob. I look. I agree. Michael Rosenbaum is the greatest Lex Luthor, in my opinion, because I just think I felt like he had more time with the character, and we really got to see the heart of the character with him. Now, for this, wasn't Darkseid like a dark cloud or something in the series finale? He wasn't a cloud. Like they had him appear in this cloud, but it was like bad CGI because look, they only had so much money, right? But like to Saggy's point. Right. So the first 2 seasons were all just kind of villain of the week because they were all kryptonite infected people. And it was just kryptonite villain of the week where like, somebody got exposed to kryptonite and they got this power or they got that power, or whatever. And it was just, Clark had to try to like take care of them. Then they started introducing like actual villains from the show. And, that's when it did start to get better. But Lana just like, even when I met Tom looked at my kids because my kids had just started watching season 1 and Tom looked at him and said, "So what do you think about Lana?" And my kids were just like, at first it was cute, but then like it just starts getting out of hand,
Yeah.
And then like the way that they wrote Lana off the show, even look, I'm right there with everybody who doesn't like the show, which I will say, I love the show. Okay. I always loved the show. I never stopped liking the show or loving the show. I was frustrated with the show during its run because they were making choices that I was like at the time was like, because I was that purist. I'll be honest with you, I was like a gatekeeper for for this stuff, and I was just like, no, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. And now I look back on it and like, look, it was one show and it's not that big of a deal, and I'm not that. So Protoss X says Gene Hackman owned that guy's Lex Luthor. That guy was memorable. I don't know if you're being funny or not. Look, Gene Hackman, absolutely. Like, his version of Lex Luthor is what it is. His version of Lex Luthor, though, is a throwback to like the 50s and 60s Lex Luthor, right? So that for that version, it's okay and it's fine, you know. And I like it, but it's the more comical, tongue-in-cheek Lex Luthor. What I loved about Michael Rosenbaum was he really took the character seriously, and you believe, one of the greatest lines ever in any Superman medium at all, where he says, what did he say? He said, I want to make sure I get it right, where he says, like, oh, he just looked and said, I am the villain of the story. Heck yeah. Heck
no,
yeah.
Michael's performance was amazing. And I will have to say, though, the reason why I love Smallville is because, you know, I always say I'm so tired of the same Superman. I'm so tired of the same Batman. Smallville wasn't about Superman. So it was something that I was like, okay, this isn't just another Superman movie or a Superman related show, or it's going to be about his life before he became Superman, which was a lot more interesting to me than him being Superman, because we've seen it many times. But I also loved the characters, or the relationship, I would say, between Clark Kent and Lex Luthor, because during the show, it was like Clark kind of low-key had a hand in making Lex Luthor bad, which was kind of what I got when I first was watching that. I was
kept pushing him away, yeah.
Right, he kept pushing him away, you know, like Lex was trying to do really, really good. And then,
but he had his own way of doing it, you know, so like Clark just couldn't accept that, you know, which is understandable, you know.
But it's like it makes it more relatable, because like I said, Lex was he was not a necessarily bad guy, but Clark kind of helped push him in that direction for them to be like mortal enemies, which is why I thought that the writing for Smallville was very well done, especially when they handled Superman and Lex Luthor and their future relationship.
What I love too is that this show had a combination of modern Superman and classic Superman, because there were a lot of people who complained about this and were like, oh, like Clark and Lex, like, why you got them being friends like when, you know, Clark is in high school? Because you know what? Back in the day, in the early comics, they grew up together in Smallville. That's why Lex Luthor hated Superman, was because he was Superboy in the comics, and Luthor was working on a science experiment that went haywire. There was a fire that ensued with some chemicals. Superboy put it out with his super breath, not thinking that it was going to cause any issue. It ended up blowing back on Lex, and he lost his hair. And that's literally the most pettiest reason why a villain would hate somebody. That was the original reason why in the comics, like, that they painted him against Superman, was because he lost his hair. And so he saved his life, but he lost his hair. And so, you know, like, it is what it is, right?
Well, I liked also too the relationship with Lex's father, because that was also a big part of why Lex's character kind of dived down to the dark path, because he was raised by a man who was pretty much garbage and very absent in his life. And even when he was around, you know, Lex still felt alone with his father. Yes. And he only really had his friends. And I think, again, that also was good character development, because it also definitely gives you a more like empathetic understanding of why he became the bad guy, because all he had was his friends. Clark was his only friend and was pushing him away. So he just embraced that darkness that he's basically dealt with his father for the longest time. That's why I was glad when Smallville started, the Luthor that was bad wasn't Lex, it was his father.
But Spherical Man, he blamed Superboy. That was the thing. He blamed Superboy for the loss of his hair. So yes, everybody did make fun of him, but he blamed Superboy for the loss of his hair. Jacob McKenzie here with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Jacob. Says, did you like Smallville Green Arrow? He was amazing. I like Smallville Green. Here's a hot take for you. I like Smallville Green Arrow better than I do CW Arrow.
Get out.
Hands down.
Get out your stream now.
No, sorry.
Every hero like outside of like when they try to just throw in even Blue Beetle. Okay, Blue Beetle looked
CO.
like crap. Looked like crap when he was in the suit. A lot of those superheroes that they introduced weren't
because
really
they did
necessary.
him CGI. They did him
It was
CGI,
so
but Green Arrow, because they did Blue Beetle CGI, and Blue Beetle it was one of the ones that looked bad. But you know what? For everyone that they did like that CGI that looked bad, all the practical ones looked awesome. Hawkman looked amazing. Dr. Fate was so fantastic. It's not even funny. I mean, it was so good. Dr. Fate. That was the first live action Dr. Fate that we've gotten. And he looked fantastic. Legion of Superheroes looked amazing. And Green Arrow. Like, I really loved his version of Green Arrow. That was Rational Skeptic with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you. Says Saggy, show the DM I sent you.
What? Huh? What?
That sounds crazy.
Rational Skeptic said, Saggy, show the DM I sent you.
Whoa, bye, man, mods.
Wow, yeah. Okay. On that, jeez.
Oh, hello. How you doing?
Well, Brian wakes up for that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey.
Boss though, man. Yeah, I was like,
Wow.
oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I saw that right away because I looked at the screen. Hold on, I'll get it. For you.
Yeah. Michael Rosenbaum was he was the Flash on the Justice League cartoon as well. Yeah, which his sense of humor came out, which he didn't always get to show on Smallville. But
I know he got me too, but I like Kevin Spacey.
Kevin Spacey was well cast in that film.
I thought he was really good, and I know that
but they didn't give him anything to do.
They were talking about using him as well in the Tim Burton Nick Cage movie too. So I would have been really interested to see how that would have worked.
Yeah, he was a name that circled that character for a long time, and I thought that he was well cast and he looked great. I mean, I know all the stuff that's happened to him now and what he's done and everything, but the thing is at the time, that was a good take on that. So let's take a look real quick about it. So 20 years ago, audience believed a boy could fly. At Smallville, let's go through the history. Smallville debuted, we won't read it all, but Smallville debuted on the WB August 16th, 2001. It was right after 9/11, just 4 weeks after 9/11, and it was a day that I was sorely disappointed because I could not watch the show. It ran for 10 seasons, 217 episodes, becoming a favorite among members of the military fighting overseas in the wake of 9/11 and helping pave the way for the superhero saturated era we live in today. It's absolutely correct. Because without Smallville, you don't have the Arrowverse. Millar and Goff faced an uphill battle to get the show off the ground. Nobody was really interested, and Welling didn't even want to audition for the role at first, right? So they really had to push to make the thing happen. Let's see what else here. There's Alfred Goff, co-creator, Miles Millar. Those guys helped put the thing together. They took a long time to cast the show. WB bought the show in the fall of 2000, and we wrote scenes and then started auditioning people. Tom Welling says, Clark Kent, I was auditioning a lot during that period of pilot season, going out 3 or 4 times a day, just trying to figure out what the heck I was doing. This show Smallville came along, and they weren't releasing the script. They just wanted me to audition. My manager at the time says, that either means that they don't have a script or it's not very good. We turned it down. He says, Millar here says, we had the freedom to change the mythology to really make it our own, with Lex losing his hair in the meteor shower, even the meteor shower itself, which was now a new development. Anyone approaching that similar story today would not be allowed the freedom we had, because at that point, no one cared.
True, kind of, yeah.
That's true. It says, Welling says, he said, I could come in and read the pilot script if I signed an NDA. I realized the show was not about Superman. It was about a kid in high school growing up and trying to figure out who he is. That's a very human journey. I called a meeting with the producers and the writers because I wanted to ask questions. Somehow they accepted. I was terrified. I was going to walk into a show where I'm running around in tights. I walked into this room where there are 15 people sitting in a semicircle. It was like a counselor's meeting or something. I sat down with this list of questions. Who are the villains? What do they look like? And Tom Welling is actually from Michigan. Yes. And so he had the look that they wanted, and then they brought in Kristen Couric and Michael Rosenbaum. He says Lex Luthor. I had done other shows for the WB at the time. They said they are doing a show called Smallville. I thought, oh, this is going to be cheesy. They wouldn't send me a script, and I wasn't really interested. Finally, they let me go in, and I didn't care. When you don't care, you just have this confidence that you're not throwing all your chips in going, oh my God, I got to get this part. And he says, I never seen you not care about anything you choose to do. What I think you mean is you weren't attached to the result, so you were free. So this is a great article. I would encourage you, if you like Smallville at all, read this full article at the Hollywood Reporter, because man, it just goes into a lot. They got O'Toole, they got John Schneider, and there's a great photo.
Well, wasn't Annette O'Toole wasn't she in the movies as Lana Lang?
She was Lana Lang in Superman 3. Yep.
Okay.
It's funny because a lot of when you were reading the stuff they said about how I didn't want the role, I turned it down. That was common. I don't know if it's still common, but I know back then, because I had a friend who was on Power Rangers before, and basically told the story about how what all those managers do is they'll put, if there's an audition, they'll just be like, nah, you should audition for this. Well, what's the part? They'll ask, well, what is the role? And then they tell you, and most of them be like, nah, it sounds stupid, it sounds dumb. And then people will be like, no, we don't care if you get the part. The whole goal is to put yourself out there, audition for as many things as you can get. Because if you don't get that specific role, that company might be working on something else, and they'll look through the files of the people who auditioned. They might come across your audition and be like, hey, remember that guy who auditioned for Smallville? Let's get him into this project. So that's why they usually say audition for everything, because even if you don't specifically get that role, they might want you for something else down the future. So that's what I'm reading here is most of them that probably had that mindset of oh, this sounds dumb. I guarantee you none of them thought how big the show was going to be and how long it was going to go. So, I mean, it's a great story. I think those articles are very fascinating because it shows you where these people's mindset are. You never know what's going to pop in a program. You never know what's going to make big waves. But it was Superman. Superman, I would have jumped on that. It's a Superman franchise, bro. Okay, I'm down. I don't care what it is.
But it's amazing how different it is now, though, with superheroes as it was to, just 20 years ago.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because, and this is something I never really realized. I never really even thought about it with the 9/11 stuff, because it says here, Rosenbaum says, I was in New York and flew out the night before it all happened. Many cast members called to check up on me because they weren't sure where I was. It was a crazy time, a scary time. And then Glover says, I got a call on Thursday, September 13th, and they said, we need you to get up here on a Saturday. I said, the trains are all booked. There are no flights. They said, rent a car and drive. I turned on the radio to public radio stations. They were reading poetry. They were creating a calm about what had happened. And then Rosenbaum says, so many veterans have come up to me telling me how much Smallville helped them through the tough times, and that their whole platoons would watch Smallville together as a distraction to what was going on. I've been given flags and other gifts, and it just blows my mind. That's crazy. Big burly vet Schneider says, big burly vets will come up to me with tears in their eyes. If they get within 10 feet, I know these folks who watched. These are folks who watched Smallville in Baghdad. What an honor that is to be treated with such regard from these people who have risked their lives for our freedoms. I was never even aware of that. Wow, that's cool. So I would encourage you to. This article is really, really long, but so there's this got some great pictures and stuff like that. But I also wanted to share some updates that came out with some other stuff regarding Smallville, because we got a whole Smallville panel at Fandom, which I thought was pretty cool. But here was something where from Entertainment Weekly, where it says Smallville stars look back on the tragic 100th episode and share which one they'd redo. To where it says, Reckoning, Smallville's milestone 100th episode is probably the WBCW's drama's most important episode. Airing during the show's 5th season, that episode's impact was felt all the way through to the final season and shaped young Clark Kent's life. And it says, So they shared their memories of the momentous episodes. That was really a really pivotal episode in the history of the show, losing Jonathan Kent and John Schneider. Tell you what, if you ever wanted to cry, I got to meet John Schneider, and he signed a picture for me, and Tom Welling signed the same picture, and like he signed it with those words, "Never forget Smallville." You know, always hold on to Smallville, and I thought it was cool. Plus, yeah, there was all this stuff between Clark and Lana, whatever.
Marry me, Tom Welling. I will be your Lana Lang, and I will be the best ever.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, this moment, I mean,
oh my God,
it was cool to see Clark grow throughout the show, but they asked in light of what Clark experienced in the 100th episode, they asked the Astros if there was any episode they wished that they could revisit. Rosenbaum picked his final episodes as a series regular, season 7's Arctic, which ended the Fortress of Solitude collapsing around Clark and Lex. There was this whole thing like what happened to Lex Luthor. There was whole mystery stuff, and Rosenbaum left at the end of season 7. He says, "I wish that there was more finality." He says, "I wish there was more of a conclusion. I wish that it was drawn out a little more. I think that they perhaps didn't believe me when I said I wasn't coming back, even though I had done 7 seasons. And I really was just like, hey, guys, I'm done. I would have liked a little more closure in season 7. I got that a little bit in season 10 because he ended up coming back for the series finale." He says, "But yeah, I'd say that was it." So, the way that Michael Rosenbaum left the show, yeah, it left a lot of people, like wishing for more and whatnot. But I was glad that he came back for the series finale. He talked about that a lot, about how he didn't leave. He didn't just leave the show. Like, he loved the show. It wasn't that he didn't love the show. It's just that he felt like his time on the show had come to an end, and that it's good to know like when you're done, know. And then there was this last piece that I wanted to share. Where is it? Okay, so there's been talk for a while now. It's been in the news actually for quite a while. Sorry, I got this little allergy thing going. I'm trying to fight. I don't want to sound like I'm like sniffing and everything, but my right or my left eye, I'm sorry, is like, how you get like itchy, like dry, watery eye. Like I got that right now. So,
oh no.
So excuse me while I fight through this. It's not that I'm emotional about losing Pa Kent. But for a while now, so after Smallville went off the air, have any of you read, either you guys are on the panel or anybody in the comment section, have you read Smallville season 11, the comic book series?
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yes, you can find it online. You can read it online. It actually picks right up from season 10 where he becomes Superman at the end, and it introduces all the main characters of the Justice League, and they've said that it's canon. That's why it was weird revisiting that with the Crisis on Infinite Earths thing, where they say that Clark finished and he was just kind of done as Superman and stuff, because like they introduced every proper character, Batman, Wonder Woman, everybody, the Justice League, they had a lot of those stories play out. It's good reading, and there's over 100 issues. There's well over 100 issues. So I mean, it ran for quite a while, and you can find this in sets too. Somebody was talking about sets earlier, but yeah, you can find you can find this in sets as well. But oops, where is it? Hold on. What did I do? Where'd it go? Here it is. Okay. So, but after that, they've talked now for a while. Him and Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum have talked about doing an animated show, doing a revival with the original people. Obviously, it would not have what's her name in it? Allison Mack. Allison Mack. Yeah, she's now famously in prison.
Good.
But yeah, exactly. But Smallville, so they've been talking about doing this thing, but there hasn't been a lot of information that's come out. So we finally got an update about this, and this was an exclusive to CBR. comic book resource, but it says Smallville animated revival will do what the original series couldn't. Smallville stars Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum explain how their animated series would explore Clark Kent's story in a way live action couldn't. Smallville is about to get animated. It says, while speaking to CBR about the upcoming Blu-ray release of Smallville, the complete series. So they're doing a Blu-ray release of it. There's a DVD release. I have all the seasons on DVD, but they're doing a Blu-ray release. It says stars Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum offered an update on the project, which is still in early development. According to the two actors, they're preparing to pitch the series to Warner Brothers, and they already have a few ideas about how they can explore the story in a way they couldn't with live action. It says, well, look, we're not allowed to really talk about it now because it's in the early stages, so we're developing it. We're trying to see what happens with it, but that's about all I can say right now, Rosenbaum explained to CBR. With Smallville creators Al Gough and Miles Millar, Welling added. So what I like about it is it's the creative team that put the original series together.
Nice.
They're like, we want to do an animated version of this where we can do stuff that we couldn't do with the live action. And it says, with Al and Miles, we're trying, and obviously Warner Brothers, Rosenbaum said, we can't talk about it, but we would love to, Welling shared. We're getting our pitch ready. Let's just say that. That's all we can say, Rosenbaum teased. We just love the relationships and we love the characters on Smallville. And I think a lot of people wish that it would keep going and there's possibilities. Yeah, one of the things I hear from fans is like, why did you guys stop? Welling interjected. Well, I can give a million reasons why we stopped, but I also understand why a fan would want it to go on. I feel the same way about other projects that I'm a fan of, like, keep going, and just there are limitations at some point. We ran out of story for Clark, he continued. Clark had to become Superman, and Smallville could not be a Superman series. It just wasn't built that way. So what we're trying to do is sort of jumping into this other arena where we can maybe service that idea and have fun doing so. Reports of a Smallville animated series surfaced in June when Welling shared the news with a fan via Cameo message. In that message, Welling promised the animated series would use as many of the original cast members as possible. Now, he has made it clear that he will also be one of the creative forces behind the project, along with his longtime co-star Michael Rosenbaum and Smallville creators Al Gough and Miles Millar. Smallville premiered on WB in 2001 and ran for 217 episodes across 10 seasons, including 2011, or ending in 2011. The show starred Welling as a young Clark Kent and followed his formative years in Kansas' small town of Smallville as he developed his abilities and made both friends and enemies along the way. Chief among them was Rosenbaum's Lex Luthor, who began as one of Clark's best friends and slowly transitioned into Man of Steel's most cunning foe. It also featured appearances from such notable DC heroes as Aquaman, Green Arrow, and Black Canary, among others. The show famously had a no tights, no flights edict, meaning Welling's Clark Kent never donned Superman's iconic costume and flew over the course of Smallville, save for the series finale. However, the story continued in comic book form with Smallville Season 11, which picked up where the finale left off and even introduced Batman into the show's continuity. It just says they'll keep everybody updated as they get. But for those of you wondering, Smallville, the complete series, comes out this Tuesday on the 19th on Blu-ray. So the complete series comes out this Tuesday. So if you don't have it on Blu-ray and maybe you haven't purchased it yet, it'd be a good time to get it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. So what do you guys think? Are you guys excited for this possibility of a Smallville reunion of sorts?
I mean, if they're having all the original cast, Lewis, with the exception of Allison Mack, because she's in jail, and even if she wasn't, that would be a heck no. But also, I will say that, listen, I know we'd never know who's watching the Poindexter Lounge, so I'm just going to throw this out there. Tom Welling, and most likely Michael Rosenbaum, because I've watched some of his live streams and he noticed me senpai, which is awesome. But Michael, if you're listening, if you're going to replace Chloe or recast Chloe, I lend you my voice for the talent. I'm not very experienced with the voice, but I'm a fast learner. So if you're listening, and guys, please petition for me to be the new Chloe in the Smallville animated series. Please, I would love you a long time. Blue Beetle says so. Listen to Blue Beetle. Listen to me.
That's Melons with a Z, guys.
Melons with a Z. Melons with a Z. Michael Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum.
Nova Joe here says, "F yes, Smallville is awesome." Like I'm all in.
Jesus.
You're all good, Brian. Don't worry about it, man. Ray here says, well, that wasn't the right part there. I'm pulling up the wrong thing. Josh here asks, does Rosenbaum even want to do live action anymore? He does voices. He does voice acting and is really good at that. He's actually done a lot of. He's done a lot of comedies. He's been very involved in comedies. So
yeah, he's done some good movies and comedies. What the heck was that movie that I used to be obsessed with him. Like I used to have the biggest crush on him and Tom, and I tried to follow their careers, and Tom kind of fell off a little bit. I didn't see much of Tom after Smallville, but Michael pretty much did a lot of interesting projects that I loved. I forgot that movie that was a comedy. It's about basically a frat boy type comedy.
Yeah.
I forget what it's called, but I love him. And he's so down to earth and very funny and very raw and real. And I can't remember. I think it was on his Instagram. He was doing a live stream, and I caught it, and I was just like, Michael, I love you. You're awesome. And I was trying to make him laugh and stuff, and he acknowledged me, and he was acknowledging a lot of people in his chat. He's just a really cool guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's just. I'm like I said, I'm bummed that I didn't get to meet him because him and Tom were at Motor City Comic Con like a couple of years ago. That's when I met Tom, and but Michael could only be there on Friday night, and we were going Saturday.
Yeah,
and so he wasn't there for the whole thing. So, but yeah, Shifty Gizmo here says Clark did fly. Yes, he did. They got around that no flights, no tights rule a little bit because like when he was affected by red kryptonite, he became burdened. Right? Because they even alluded to like that maybe Clark was a little scared of heights and scared of flying. And they would talk about it like when other Kryptonian and stuff would come on the show and stuff that like he wasn't like why can't he fly and stuff like that. But yeah, he flew in a couple instances. But yeah, it was like he was brainwashed once and he was exposed to red kryptonite, and there's once that he woke up, he had a dream about flying and he woke up like somewhere like miles away and that was cool. Now, Brian, you said you haven't really watched the show. Yeah, Sorority Boys is that movie.
I couldn't think of the name. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I just like I said, there was a big chunk of time in my life where I lived in an area where I didn't have access to television at all. So it was just, or I'd have to go outside and turn the antenna, and we didn't get the WB or the CW or anything like that. No UPN. So I couldn't watch Enterprise because Enterprise came out around the same time. Smallville I couldn't watch. So all these shows I'd have to catch up on later. So and then I had a friend that was really into Smallville, and I was just like,
no, I mean, I get it. I mean, overall, I think Smallville, the only thing I am like skeptical of is like, I would love the idea of an animated series. Oh, that bot's back again.
No,
I'm
not even on YouTube. Damn it.
I got it. Hold on. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. You're going to have to deal with the spam for a second. I'm on it. Hold on. But overall, I like the idea of the animated show. I would love to see the story again. Okay, somebody got it. Who got it? Okay, good job, Bradley.
Good job, buddy.
Oh, there's another one. Oh, they brought two.
God dang.
Oh, we're going to do this. Hold on. Let me get this. But yeah, no, I like the idea of the animated show. The only thing that kind of is like I'm skeptical of is like, can they recreate that magic that made Smallville as good as it was? Because again, this animated series is going to be seen by like not just people who remember the show, but also people who didn't see it the first time around, like you, Brian. So it's like, can they recreate that magic that made Smallville originally like what it was and why it ran so long? I don't know. That's my only concern. Like, yeah, you can get all the cast back there, but again, we're talking animated versus live action. Obviously, with the live action, you can't redo Smallville with the main cast. They're all too old now. Like, look at Tom Welling. He looks properly of age, still looking good, but they look older. So they can't really recreate. You can't have Tom Welling pretend to be a high schooler, you know. So yeah, it would be really interesting to see how they can do it, because that's my biggest concern is how do you recreate what made something so great like back in the day.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like if they were to ever do like an animated version of the Snyder Justice League 2 and 3 or something like that. I mean, are they going to wait 20 years to make that happen?
Right, exactly. That's the thing. Like, we all look like, and see, I would say this is the only difference, right? Because we always talk about why Hollywood's always like going back and tapping into what worked and like redoing it or rebooting it and stuff. I think the only reason why this could work is because you have the original creators, you have the original cast attached to it, and you know they could actually do it right. And I don't see this as them just be like, we need money. It's more like they're kind of doing it for the fans, and they loved being part of it. So that passion is what I feel would actually get them to, you know, do the thing. You know, let's see. I'm reading the chat. Somebody save me. That's a good song. That song always was great. Josh, I don't know. That show is amazing, and not having the original cast, it would be the same. Exactly, Josh. I 100% agree. If you didn't have the original cast, the original writers to back it, yeah, I don't see it working at all. They would just destroy it.
Oh man, I'm about ready to fall asleep.
You look ready to fall asleep. Squid Game is overhyped. No, it's not. Squid Game's great. Have you watched Squid Game yet?
No, I have to get down to it. Like I said, I come on here. I work, and then I come on here most nights, and I'm on for
for hours until you're gonna pass out. You should go to bed.
Then I pass out, and then I'll wait till Enosh gets back on though.
You don't have to. I can hold down the fort.
Say my proper goodbyes and whatnot and what have
This is the Saggy Bellins and the Saggy Master of None show.
That's right. That's right. No, yeah. I gotta get you on the food show, man. I'm having fun.
Food.
I'm having fun. A lot of people do. So I was thinking, you know what? I want to get people's like favorite dishes and stuff like that you've made before, or like what you like locally. Like I'm sure you got a couple restaurants that you're like, you know, if you're ever in my area, you gotta try this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Deranged Enosh with a $5 super chat. Who am I, Mr. Nosh? I'm in the other room, but my dude, you need a cup, or do you? We will see. Evil devil face. What deranged Enosh? Like, holy crap, dude! I love how Enosh got back right at that moment.
I did. I got right back here.
Oh wait, there's Blue Beetle footage. Saggy, have you watched Blue Beetle test footage? There's test footage? Enosh, why aren't you talking about that?
I haven't seen any test footage. I saw all that we saw was what came out yesterday was just the concept art. There was the concept art, but it's just concept art. It's just Blue Beetle.
Just concept art, man.
Yeah. Rational Skeptic, right? So here's something that we haven't really talked about too is the song. Somebody Save Me, right?
We were just singing that.
Yeah, it's like so a song that like I mean it was okay when it first came out, right? I mean it made its rounds and stuff, but let's be honest, the show Smallville, it will forever be connected with that show. I mean what a perfect song for it too. Like,
is it like Faith of the Heart for Enterprise?
Kind of, man. It's just when you hear somebody save me. I mean, it's just, oh man, it's a good song. It's a good song.
Hey y'all, I'm about ready to fall asleep, man.
You're good, man. You're good, Brian.
You guys have
we're
a great
wrap
night.
Stuff up here, but yeah,
I love you.
Love you too.
Rational keeps saying that he sent you a DM, Saggy. Do you know about that?
No, I told him to DM you so you could review it before you do it.
Let me see. Let me see if I see anything here. What is so I got something from 187.
I don't know how to forward you stuff.
Okay, so I got something from 187, which is Dwayne talking about looks like Dwayne talking about Black Adam. I'm looking at this real quick.
I'm looking for this Blue Beetle test footage that I heard so much about.
Okay, so we can actually look at this, but I don't see anything from. Hold on a second. It may have gone to my personal one here. Hold on a second. Let me check and see if I got a private message there too. Is this hold on, is this the is Resident Skeptical's no, because there's Rational Skeptic, and then there's Monkey Jeebus too. So those are two different people. So I got something from both. We're just pictures, so I don't see anything, or I would show it. But we can show this. This is about. Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to go back now. This is about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
I'm looking for this Blue Beetle test footage. Test footage is on YouTube
From 187.
a Cartoon Network old short. Oh, you talking about the thing that was like 7 years old?
Huh. I don't know. Everybody's saying they're sending stuff, but I don't. Hold on. Let me share this, and we can take a look at this, guys. This looks interesting.
Thank you.
Oh, come on.
Pleasure for all of us.
Let's get there. Come on, do it. All right, here we go.
Thank you for the question, and it's a pleasure for all of us to sit with you and to talk with China. This was my first DC role. It was my first role of playing a superhero, Black Adam, and it was different in a sense. I think it was just a different opportunity. It was a different opportunity for me to participate in a genre. Over the years, I have built a career that has been almost 20 years plus. So the very first time for me to participate in the superhero genre was a special one. I was very excited about it, but also this project has been with myself and Hiram Garcia for over 10 years. Around 4 or 5 years ago, Bo Flynn, our producing partner, was brought on to help lead this charge. And it was a great opportunity for all of us. I can tell you, and as a director and a storyteller of action, I think you will appreciate. I've never trained or worked harder in my life for a role than Black Adam. So thank you for the question, and what an opportunity! And I can't wait for you and China to see the movie.
All of China.
Oh, I always talk about the Blue Beetle test footage. It was 11 years ago. It was like a TV show that I think they were probably going to do. Looks like maybe. It looks pretty decent, but I'm going to wait to see the one that they do with Cobra Kai, dude.
Gotcha. So look, I like Squid Game. Have you watched Squid Game yet, Saggy? Yeah, you watched Squid Game. What did you think of Squid Game?
I loved it.
I loved it too. I think it was a good show, and Shifty Gizm says I want a Squid Game jacket.
See, so they'll come out with them. Trust me. I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Hot Topic will have them soon.
Sure.
Well, I was gonna say, somebody in the comment was like, and I've been hearing this. A lot of people are saying Squid Game's overhyped. It's like the reason why it's not overhyped is because for once we've gotten a show that isn't based off of something that already exists. You know, it's original content that people claim that they're thirsty for and they need to see more of. Then they get it, and now it's overhyped. It's like, no, we got it's over. It's hyped because it's new and original and a different story and something we haven't seen before, and that's why it worked. It has a good story.
Exactly. And I agree. And look, some people might not like it. Like Kenyatta doesn't. He says Squid Games is overhyped. Everything's not for everybody, right? And look, I'll be honest with you, Squid Game, I didn't think was necessarily going to be for me. I kind of put it off for a couple of weeks. People were telling me about it, and I put it off for a couple of weeks because I don't usually like to watch things with subtitles, you know, or like overdubs or anything. Like I usually don't like to do that. It's just not usually my thing. but I watched this. I felt a part of it from the very beginning. I loved the concept. I loved the show. It was brutal sometimes, but it was good. I know I didn't read this one. I think you read it, but I didn't read it. But Deranged Enosh with the $5 super chat says, "Who am I, Mr. Nosh? It's going to be a mystery. It's a mystery. Let it play out." Says, I'm in the other room, but my dude, you need a cup, or do you? We will see.
Is it one of your kids?
That's what I'm wondering. But no, it couldn't be my kids because they wouldn't be given super chats.
Is it Tiff?
It ain't Tiff because Tiff wouldn't be doing super chats, and Tiff doesn't have the software to do that, to like make those pictures and stuff.
Well, it says I'm in the other room. Is Ray Fisher somewhere in your room, in your house? We didn't know about it. Ray Fisher in there, making fun of you.
I don't think
Wayne
Ray
T.
Fisher.
Carr?
No, Wayne T. Carr.
Well, I talked to Wayne yesterday during the DC fandom. He showed up on Pop Culture Corner.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, he stopped by. Ray Porter stopped by for a bit. Yeah, it was fun. Ray Porter stopped by. We missed the Flash trailer with the Flash sneak peek. Everyone in the chat was like, "The Flash! They played it now." We're like, "Well, we can't get rid of Ray." Like,
Shifty Gizm says the alternate theme was going to be Superman. It's not easy. Fight for fighting song. Well, then I'm glad that it was the Save Me song by Remo because that song is fine, but that would have been low key, right? It wouldn't have had the energy going into each episode, for sure that it had. So Rational says, "Let me send it." Okay.
Bradley, my grandmother asked me about Squid Game, which was even hilarious because she's like, "Have you heard about Squid Game?" My grandma's very religious, so explaining to her Squid Game, and she's like, "It's very violent." But I explained the story. She's like, "Well, it seems interesting, but it's very violent." And I was like, "That's fair. That's fair."
So apparently Joker is trending right now.
Why? What do they do with Joker now?
I don't know what they're doing. I who knows? Okay, it looks like okay. Rational Skeptic sent me something here. This is great. This is great. Hold on a second. I gotta.
I also wanted him to save it, Skeptical.
Okay, hold on a second. I gotta figure out how to do this in here. Okay. Do. Lou. I got some apples. Lou. You got some too.
What?
Here it is.
Ooh, exposing all your DMs though.
I didn't expose it.
Ooh, wait a minute. What are all those people? Wow, you talked to Matt Jarbo? Wow.
Why won't it?
Oh, it's doing that thing where it's not going to blow up, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not gonna blow up.
Yeah, it's doing that thing.
And I can't save it. Yeah, it won't let me save it.
That's
so
hilarious.
That's funny. That's hilarious.
I'm so
That's funny.
Look at all his DMs, y'all. He's talking to Matt Jarbo. Ew, my God.
Like all this of this person shared a tweet. This person sent me a link. This person shared a tweet. This person accepted my request.
we know what you're talking about. in those DMs.
Secret stuff.
Mhm.
Secret stuff.
Yeah,
yes,
we
we
know.
Bradley. We talked about this earlier, man. The Dune leaked in 4K already. That's everything.
The
leaks
whole
these
thing.
days, man. Yeah, apparently the whole thing leaked. Yeah, the
Oh,
whole movie's
snap.
out. Yeah.
How the heck?
Yeah. I don't know. Josh here says, I love Smallville, even though I'm not a big Superman fan. My father was a huge Superman fan, and we watched the show, and together it was very special to me. That's awesome. That's awesome. We're almost done with season 10 with me and my boys, and then they will have watched the whole show again with us. So, yeah.
No, Smallville.
So Shifty Gizm, I know Shifty. Like I've seen the videos that you and Jarbo go back and forth on this. This is Rock fact. Despite what Matt Jarbo says, The Rock is in fact a movie star and a box office draw.
Yes.
So I will say this: I'm about halfway in between you and Jarbo on this. Here's why. Because the numbers don't show that The Rock is a huge personality and people love The Rock. Okay. But The Rock is not the head of any billion-dollar franchises, Saggy.
So he's in a lot of movies though.
He's in a lot of movies. Look, there's a lot of people who are in a lot of movies though, but the thing is like, that's why I said I'm halfway between. I'm not totally dismissing him. Okay, I think he's a box office draw for some, but like for others, he's not, and he's not like heading up $1 billion things. And I don't think like the Fast 5 movies like aren't because of him. Like he wasn't there from the beginning. Yeah.
Movie star, noun, an actor or actress who is famous for playing leading roles in movies.
Come on.
You gotta tell me the definition does not apply to The Rock. The actual definition for that term does not apply to The Rock. He has played many leading role characters. It's not. I get what you guys are saying, but like overall,
but I'm telling you, like The Rock right now is not the action star caliber that Arnold Schwarzenegger or Sly Stallone or like some of these other 80s guys were. You know what I mean? Like at the height of their career, he's big, but like, you know, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like he's not, I don't know. He's trying to do that, but
how much did you say the movies he was doing doesn't make him?
He's not the head of $1 billion franchises. I think his only $1 billion franchise is the Fast and the Furious, and I wouldn't say that that's because of him. That's an ensemble piece that people are there to see everybody in that, and that was around before he was there. And,
right, but Jumanji was close. Jumanji was like 800 million, so they were close to the billion.
Yeah, but I would argue though that Jumanji wasn't just because of The Rock though, because Jumanji was also an ensemble piece. Because look at all who was in Jumanji. Right, so it was him, Kevin Hart, Jack Black, and it was the return of Jumanji, and it was good. It was just really, really well written. I don't find that a lot of The Rock's movies are well done, and I don't know that that's his fault. Like, look, I'm all for him playing Black Adam. I've always been for him playing Black Adam because I think he looks the role, and like he actually said at Fandom, I feel like he was born to play that role. I'll be honest with you, I'm probably the wrong person to ask because I just don't really care for The Rock in a lot of stuff.
But it's like, I get that. But overall, to say he's not a movie star, it's like...
Didn't say he's not a movie star. I'm
well,
not
that's
saying
Jarbo's
that.
argument. That's what should be saying. Jarbo's argument is he's not a movie star.
I'm not saying he's not a movie star. I'm just saying a couple things. One, his acting is not on the caliber that like he's going to win any awards for it. He's not doing movies that are going to, at least at this point in his career, that are going to put him in that caliber of actor. I don't think he's even trying to be that kind of actor. He's just trying to be an action star, right? Every once in a while, he'll do like one of my favorite Rock movies is the movie that he did with Kevin Hart, Central Intelligence, right? The comedy, right? I actually dig that. But like, look at his movies. Like, he's got his core audience. He absolutely has his core audience, and he's selling to somebody, and they're making money, and he's doing what he's going to do. I don't know that I know he gets a big paycheck, but I don't know that he necessarily, I don't know that he validates the money that he brings in for the amount of money that his projects do. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, I just don't know that he's there. I think that a lot of it is his personality and over the topness, because people know that anything that he's in, The Rock the publicity will be through the roof for anything that The Rock does.
I like Josh's comment there where he says that he's a huge movie star, and you know, he's not at Arnold level, but you know, I agree with that. Like, I do feel like The Rock is like the new age Stallone Arnold, like for this generation.
He's not though.
He's getting
he's
there,
not.
though.
But he's not. No, because The Rock right now, you could say right now that The Rock is probably at the peak and at the height of because The Rock has been doing movies for a long, long time. Like, if The Rock hasn't hit his peak yet, how much longer has The Rock got?
I don't know. Maybe he should just
even
go
The
do
Rock
porno
talks
like
about-
Stallone did.
Well, even The Rock talks about, like, even Dwayne talks about how he doesn't know how much longer he's going to be able to do these action piece movies. I saw an article or an interview with him that he says, like, look, I'm getting older, even with the physique that he has and like everything, like he knows that, like, so like if he's not at the top yet, see, I would say he's a movie star because yeah, he's in some good movies. People love him and he does require that, but I wouldn't say he's a huge movie star. Okay. He doesn't cross genres very well, right? With people. People either like him or they hate him. Same thing with Vin Diesel. I can't stand Vin Diesel. Would you say Vin Diesel is a huge movie star? Would you say that Vin Diesel?
No, because I can't. Because Vin Diesel so far. He did the Fast and Furious. He was in the Chronicles of Riddick, which was pretty good. And then he was in that XXX movie where he was like a spy. I mean, I would say, to be honest, as much as I liked Vin Diesel on some of those roles, I think The Rock gets a lot more. And he's out there more than Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel limited himself to a couple of franchises and stuck with them, where The Rock is at least... even that Tooth Fairy movie The Rock was in, I give him at least some credit. At least he's trying to do more than just action, even if he's not that good at it. But I think it's just also because he's a likable star. Like, he's a likable person.
The Rock takes a bunch of movies that The Rock shouldn't take. I will give you this. The Rock is a hard working dude. The Rock is like going to work every day, man. He is nailing that, right? He's got the hustle. He's got all that. But as far as like him being like Hollywood movie star, mega movie star,
I can see it happening. Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Dwayne Johnson
Mm-hmm.
or John Cena?
From what I've seen so far, I think Dwayne Johnson's just further along, and I would take Dwayne Johnson any day over John Cena because I just can't stand looking. I really don't want either one of them, but like if I got to toss one to the curb, it's John Cena, because honestly, I'm tired of Hollywood trying to tell me that John Cena is something that he just isn't yet. Because literally, people are acting like because John Cena showed up on the scene that all of a sudden that like, oh yeah, look, these other wrestlers are doing. Look, Batista's doing it, and look, The Rock is doing it. So like, oh, John Cena, he's another wrestler who's just making the transition. No, he's not. He ain't there yet. He's got a lot of work to do. And I'll be honest with you, Batista is a whole lot better of an actor than The Rock. The Rock is all about personality. He plays a similar role in most things that he plays, right? He's the big beefy guy. He's either a cop or he's that action guy, right? Like he is whatever he is, but he's not really doing things that are like challenging him in an acting role most of the time. And
that's true.
And even when he does get something that's like a Family Guy or something like that, you know, like a Family Man, something like that, it's more just kind of endearing because, hey, look, it's the big guy who's like there with a little girl and he's being gentle with her, which there's a lot to be said for that. But then you look at somebody like Dave Bautista. That's why Dave Bautista said he didn't want to do any movies with The Rock and with John Cena, because it wasn't out of disrespect to them. It's just that he's trying to make it on his own, and he's trying to do like actual, I mean, in the interview that I did with Dave Bautista, he talked about that like, look, man, he is trying to hone his craft. Like he is literally trying to take stuff that challenges him, makes him a better actor. He doesn't just want to be an action star. He wants to be an actor and taken seriously for that. I think The Rock just wants to be part of franchises, kick butt, take names, you know, pump iron, blow stuff up, you know, smile at the camera.
I don't think he wants that. I think it's just because he's known for that. I think when it comes to these wrestlers, right, they have built their careers originally on being the tough guys and the fighters. That's where their career started. So getting into the acting and playing these roles, I think with The Rock, I think maybe he's stuck in this genre because he is built to be that tough guy, and those are the roles he gets because of his physique. Because obviously, when you're built like that and you're a wrestler, the stunts that you can do, they would love it. They would love it if you could take a hit and stuff like that because it saves them money on stunt doubles for one. And like on top of that, like I said, having them transition from an action role to more serious like family man-ish type role. But at the same time, it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger for the most
Arnold
part.
Schwarzenegger did it.
Schwarzenegger
did it.
He did it, but you know what he did it as? It was funny. It was comedic.
But it wasn't. But there were ones that were comedic, and then there was other things that like he tried to take serious. Like but at least he was doing it though. Like, see, I don't see like with Dave Bautista here, for example, right? Dave Bautista's in Dune. Dave Bautista, it was in whatchamacallit that I still haven't seen yet. What's the big sci-fi thing that Harrison Ford was in it with the replicants, and everybody knows it. It's 4 in the morning, so I'm having a brain fart. And as soon as somebody posts it, I'm gonna go, there it was. What was Blade Runner? Yes, Blade Runner, right? So Blade Runner. So he keeps pushing himself. Right, Batista keeps pushing himself. He's not just accepting every role. Like he's talked about that in many interviews that like everybody has wanted to try to just make him the big guy in everything, right?
But he is a big guy.
He is. But he has said that that's why he's like taking acting classes, pushing himself to be better so that he can actually go in and actually like audition for serious stuff.
Oh, that's actually sweet. I like Dave Bautista. I hated his performance. Well, I liked him in Army of the Dead up until he had to do those emotional scenes. I was like, oh, Dave, I love you and I want to love you, but that was awful. But I do like Dave. I
didn't think so. I thought it was really good. And I honestly, I had no, honestly, for all three of them, I had no buy in particular because I wasn't I liked Batista. I had like a kind of a side thing with John Cena, you know, as far as liking him in WWE, but it was never like if anybody else pretty much fought him, I was rooting against him because like I just felt he was so vanilla and so bland, and I've never liked The Rock. I've just never liked The Rock. Never liked him. It is a hot take. I know it's a hot take. I've just never that I've never liked The Rock because because as a wrestling fan, I just felt like I like his character. I like him for who he is, but I was never rooting for The Rock because I always felt The Rock was the egotistical, over the top. That's his character. He's the egotistical, over the top guy. Like I felt like when he came in a few years ago and beat CM Punk for the championship, and they gave him the new title design and everything like that. That was absolute BS. Like what was the purpose of having like The Rock come in who hadn't even been in WWE for so long and beating your champion who had been champion for the longest run of the modern era, and you have him get beaten by The Rock just to lose the title a month or so later to who did he lose? Did he lose it to John Cena, I think? Yeah, so I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, so as a heel, yeah, I love to hate him, but I want, you know.
So I'm guessing you did not smell what The Rock was cooking.
I did not. Yeah. Protoss X says it's not a hot take. I don't like The Rock either. So
hot takes, guys. Hot takes.
187. He's a much better actor than John Cena and The Rock, and he's taken more serious roles.
I will say,
look, Batista could be out there doing exactly what The Rock's doing, blowing stuff up in every movie. And being the big muscle-bound guy who just takes over, he could absolutely do that.
I loved him in Guardians of the Galaxy. I think I can't find a flaw in that role for him. That's why I was like kind of sad when I was seeing that he wasn't going to do it, because I'm like, he is perfect for that kind of role where he is like. That's why I think for him in particular, it's not about him just being an action star. He can be that like muscle guy, but he's funny. That's why I loved his character in Guardians of the Galaxy, because he was like the muscle, roar, but he also was like hilarious. He was hilarious, and I love that about Dave Bautista. But like I said, I know you liked his emotional stuff, but for me, it was like it was cringe. I cringe, and I don't blame mainly him for that. I don't think he was ready personally for that kind of emotional scene. Because again, it came off very like I literally cringed when I saw it. I was like, this is bad. Everything else,
like to me it was really tough. Like that was like something that I was like, oh wow, this is really good. That's what I thought. Josh here has a good point though. He says the thing is, Rock and Cena always have to be the lead. In the past, Batista has played supporting roles and worked his way up. That's a great point too. Is The Rock kind of wanted to push himself because the Rock came right out the gate with the Scorpion King, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like The Rock had like it was like The Rock was immediately front and center, right, for everything. And it was like he had to be a part of his own stuff. John Cena, he's done a couple of supporting roles. I mean, he was in the movie Trainwreck. But I feel like with every movie John Cena does that, because they would never let him turn heel in the WWE, that like he just wanted to do stuff that was like so either over sexualized and like out of character for him, or whatever. Like, and I get it. Like, yes, he did have the Thugonomics thing, but like people loved him when he was the Thugonomics, character. And, and he would, make things sexual and stuff like that. And every once in a while he'd pull that out or whatever. So it's that, even that's not like completely out of character, but they never let him be the bad guy. Right. So I think that's probably why he's having fun being Peacemaker, because he's kind of the bad guy. But even then they're trying to make him the good guy.
I will take back part of what I said about Dave Bautista. His emotional scenes weren't all bad. Like the scenes where he was, reminiscing about when we found out what happened with his wife and stuff, like the past, that scene, I felt it. Holy crap. How is this friggin' bot getting back in here?
I don't know. I just blocked it myself. Yeah.
I liked some of his emotional scenes. They weren't all bad, but the scenes with his daughter, like the emotional ones, like some of them were just really like bad for me. And also I will say, I really did not have any hopes for Peacemaker. You know this, because I used to always make fun of RJ about Peacemaker. But seeing the sneak peek of Peacemaker, I will say it looks a little bit more promising. And also they have another actress that's in there that I loved. And as soon as I saw her, I was like, okay, I kind of now have to see this. The chick from Orange is the New Black. I love that actress. She was amazing in Orange is the New Black. And as soon as I saw her in there, I was like, yes, I think I have to see this now. And John Cena, I will give him credit from what I've seen so far with Peacemaker. It's not as bad as I was thinking with his other works. I would say, I think Peacemaker, I think this might be his project. Honestly, I think this might be his project.
Maybe. Rational Skeptic here with a $1.99 super chat says, Saggy, have you seen Rock's film Southland Tales?
No. I think I tried to watch it and I was just like, this seems boring.
I have not seen that either.
See, The Rock in most of his movies are the same character, so that's what I'm hoping with Black Adam it's a little better.
Yeah, I mean he immediately went to doing that remake of Walking Tall, stuff like that. Okay, now 187, here's where we're gonna disagree. Okay. He ain't 1,000 times better than CM Punk. CM Punk is a more down-to-earth wrestler champion. First of all, they're from two different eras. CM Punk is not the big, guy. He's kind of the everyman who kind of, kicks and scrapes and does what he does. But I'll tell you this, that 7 years without CM Punk really sucked for the WWE. And it really, really sucks that he didn't go back there. The Rock has been gone. He comes back every once in a while. Yeah, he gets a big pop. Then he goes home. But the WWE carries on. The WWE suffered a huge, huge dip when losing CM Punk. And that's just history. That's just history. My kids all became my kids have not been interested in wrestling ever since CM Punk left wrestling. And now they're interested in wrestling again. As older kids.
I have no stake in this conversation. I haven't watched wrestling in so
plus to me, CM Punk was always much more interesting to watch wrestle than The Rock, because The Rock was just The Rock would do all this over the top, but it's the era that he was in. He was in that Attitude Era, man, where Shawn Michaels and him and other, Triple H and all stuff, they would do all these over the top things and oversell stuff and everything. And that's fine. I like that stuff too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's fine, but I love it all, but yeah. As far as Black Adam, look, I'm counting on Black Adam. I'm counting on The Rock to blow me away and change my mind in Black Adam because I feel that that's his role.
Yeah, I think that's his role. I honestly feel like this might be it for him, and it's a big step. Like I like The Rock's personality. I do, like I said, I liked him in Jumanji. I've seen him be kind of comical, but because he plays off well with certain people. Like, have you ever seen there was a video I came across where like certain movies that had scenes that were like not meant to, like, that weren't part of the script, but you were just added in and kept in. And The Rock had a scene in Fast the Furious where he was walking up to Ludacris and Tyrese's character, and they said their lines, and The Rock ad-libbed it. He added something, and he threw a shot at Tyrese, and Ludacris literally spit taked, and that was real. They were like, that was a real scene. Like, he ad-libbed it, and they laughed so hard about it that they kept it in. And I was just like, see, The Rock, sometimes The Rock does things that kind of surprise you. And I think this is going to be that thing that's going to surprise everyone. I think he's really putting a lot of heart and soul into this role. And I had no interest in Black Adam, but I might see it now just because The Rock really is really loving this role. And he's like, I'm a fan. I was meant to play this role. And I'm like, you go, baby.
He's been working on this role forever. So I'm really glad that The Rock is getting a chance to do this. I mean, because I feel that this is like you said, it's his baby. It's something, he looks the part, he acts the part. Look, he's got the personality. I mean, his just character of being The Rock is basically Black Adam, as far as the attitude and the, just everything. I mean, the presence, all that stuff is very much that. So Josh here says, I like the character of Peacemaker because he represents a former veteran, so it resonates with me. It's more the character than a Cena thing. I get that. Southland Tales is The Rock's best role. Watch that film, Saggy. Okay, I might have to check that out myself.
We'll find out when Black Adam comes out. That might be his best role.
Yeah. Monkey Jeebus says Southland Tales was from the director of Donnie Darko. Power Talk says Dune in Fortnite, that's trash. I mean, that's to be expected, though. Everything ends up showing up right now in Fortnite, and it's just cross promotion. They're really just trying to do everything that they can to recoup on Dune. Let's be honest at this point.
Did you not see what they did for yesterday after DC fandom?
No.
They released like a ton of like DC skins for everyone to buy now. So like, you get Beast Boys, the Wonder Woman stuff, like everything they really had in the past for the DC events they did. Like, they brought them all back this weekend for purchase. So yeah, they were
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, look, Power Talk, if you're asking me, a lot of the stuff that's in Fortnite ends up being stupid, as far as like, but the thing is like that game is still bigger than life. Like all these, everybody's playing the game. Everybody loves the game. My kids have been playing it now for years, and they still love it. They still get excited with each new event that comes out, with new skins that come out, with new different things that come out. So it's just cross promotion. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's just like anything. I mean, we could make the same argument about DC. It's like, why does Superman need to be able to carry a gun and go shoot other people in a video game? Same thing with Batman. Like, I'm wondering where the Batman purists are who are griping and complaining, saying that Batman is able to carry guns and blow people away, right? I mean, because like, that's the thing.
Or do the cute little dances that Batman did. You know what's hilarious? Having Batman do like the girl dances. Like, you see Batman, then he just goes bing bong boom. Like, it's just like. But you know what's funny is everyone. I used to hate on Fortnite. I will admit, I used to hate on Fortnite. Why are you looking at me like that? I used to hate on Fortnite.
I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at something else.
It looked like you were looking at me. What did I do?
No.
Don't grab me. What are you grabbing me for? Whoa, Enosh, what the heck? What are you doing?
Hey, girl.
Enosh, what the?
Heck yeah.
God,
come on over here.
Oh, no, I'll get my hair. What the heck?
Get your best in the world right there, baby.
He pulled that out of my ear, guys. It was hurt.
It's clobbering time.
No, but yeah, Fortnite. It's actually I can see why people like it. It's for me, it's easy, dude. Me and Geek Studio, who just hopped in the chat. Me, Geek Studio, and two other people. were killing it last night. Fortnite. We won 9 games in a row. It was great. What the heck is that?
It was Sergeant Slaughter.
Oh, he
when I
follows me on
turned
Twitter.
heel coat. When I turned heel coat and wrestled like I was an Iraqi sympathizer.
He follows me on Twitter. He follows everyone on Twitter. I don't know what that man's doing.
I don't, so here's the weird thing about Sergeant Slaughter, right? Like, my personal account, I followed him years ago and I totally forgot about it. And I just woke up one day and he was following my personal account. But then he found Poindexter Lounge, which never followed him. Or it's vice versa, one of those. So like he found one of my accounts and then found the other one, like somehow, or whoever handles his stuff. But the other one had never even looked him up. So I don't know how he found, I think it was that the Poindexter Lounge one followed him and he did that one, but then he followed my personal account, which I have no idea how he found my personal account. But John Cena followed me. John Cena follows me.
Does he still follow you?
As far as I know, yeah.
No, he hasn't watched your show then.
You don't know that.
All the people, yeah, right. If he heard all the shit,
He'd probably come on here and he'd give me a whole speech about how like he respects my my opinions and that I have the right to voice my opinions, even though they may not be his, but he still respects my opinions.
Listen, I might not think John Cena's the best actor, but he can still get it. John Cena, if you're watching.
Well, you are in Boston, so you're up there in New England. So,
wait, he's in New England?
That's his whole shtick is that he's a New England guy.
Wait, what? I gotta Google this.
Yeah, I think he's got a new girl though. Like
yeah me.
Why doesn't that surprise me that at some point Saggy would end up simping for John Cena?
Oh, wow. West Newbury. No kidding. He is from Massachusetts. He's from Massachusetts. No kidding.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Good on him. Good on him. I like when I see some people from the hometowns, the home area making it. Now I got to be a John Cena supporter. Damn it.
Bradley here says, if it gets people interested in Dune and they go watch it, then I'm all for it. And I think that that's really just what they're doing. I mean, that's what they're all about. Pretty much every movie or anything is going to have some kind of cross promotion right now. Yes, there's a Batman cross promotion with Rocket League right now. I spent $8 on an '89 Batmobile skin. I'm part of the problem. That's funny. Josh says, who's defending Batman should carry weapons because that's the... I wasn't saying people were defending. I'm saying you can get a Batman skin for Fortnite. And like the whole point of the game is to carry weapons and shoot people. So, but Batman does carry weapons. Batman has carried weapons. Batman uses guns all the time. Look at every Batmobile that's ever been, and literally every live action version of Batman that's ever been, Batman kills somebody. So.
Did Ben Affleck have a gun as Batman in BVS?
He didn't have a gun. He was in the warehouse scene where everybody was shooting at him and he used the guns against them, their own guns against them. But look, he's got machine guns on the Batmobile, but '89 Batmobile had machine guns on the Batmobile as well. And had explosives, like literally Batman put a bomb down a guy's pants and then pushed him over something and he exploded and then he smiled about it. He wrapped his legs around one guy's head in Batman '89, hit his head into a steel bell or whatever it was, copper bell or whatever it is, a huge bell in a bell tower, and then threw him down the bell tower, and that dude's dead. I mean, the body count goes up. Even in the 1960s Batman, they literally had in that movie, Batman is going around, they dehydrated all of the they did this thing where the henchmen were all dehydrated and you added water to them so that they could like come back up in the Bat cave, and so they all appear. But the thing is, when you punch them, they turn back into the powder, and so they punch those guys. Guess what? They're dust now. Their dust particles are all over the place. They're dead. So.
By the way, anyone who wants to gift me the Catwoman skin on Fortnite, let me know. Look for Saggy Melons on PSN. Although it's cross-platform, so you can just find me. I think it's X Saggy Melons with the Z on PSN, and they just gift me the Catwoman skin. I will love you forever, especially if you're John Cena. I love you, John Cena.
What's up, Bando Billionaires? What are we talking about right now? We're just winding down. We're just talking about stuff. We just got on this John Cena, The Rock discussion somehow.
Shifty Gizm did it.
Yeah. Let's see. Rational Skeptic says, Enosh, who would win, John Cena or Marky Mark? You know what? I'd go with Marky Mark. At this point, I'd rather see Marky Mark win than John Cena. Hey, such a good vibration. Feel it, feel it. Come on, come on. Saggy, feel the vibration. Oh. Come on, girl.
You're talking about like in a fight?
Feel it, feel it. Oh.
No,
feel the vibration.
Marky Mark was. See, I don't know why people gave him so much like crap for his music in the day, because he had a couple one hit wonders.
Heck yeah, man! He had a couple of hits. That's all it takes, man. That's all it takes. And now he's got a great. There's a guy, right? He's not just a one hit wonder kind of musician turned actor. Mark Wahlberg is actually a good actor. He's a good actor. He's been in a lot of really good movies. Done a lot of he's done serious roles and he's done comedic roles, and he's been good in both. And I like him in both.
No, he is. His Boston accent needs work, and it drives me nuts. It drives me absolutely nuts.
Oh, the guy who's actually from there?
Yeah, his accent is bad. He hasn't been here in how long? His accent's gone. So the thing that annoys me is anytime they do movies that are based in Boston, right? Everyone assumes that we talk like that. It's like, no, different parts of this area is like that's
but they're never gonna hit that nuance, Saggy.
But it's like he should know better. He's from here.
Yeah, but it's a movie. They're never gonna hit that nuance.
I don't care. If you're gonna cast a local and Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, they were when they did Dogma, you could hear their accents. They weren't even doing that intentionally. That's just you could hear their accents. And they weren't doing it. Mark Wahlberg, I love him. He is a great actor, and I love you, Mark. I love you to death. But his accent is so forced. Like in Ted, it was so forced. And
that whole thing is forced though, because that's Seth MacFarlane, and so the whole thing was purposely forced. That's part of the shtick.
Every time he does any type of thing, it's like he.
But Saggy, we got the Upper Peninsula here in Michigan, and so every time you hear something about that, it's always the Yoopers, eh? Like they're all Canadian or something. And I know plenty of people who live in the Upper Peninsula who don't talk like that. But anytime you ever hear anybody being a Yooper, that's they got that accent
from here.
I know, but there's people literally from here that will have the same thing.
Well, they are also crap for that. Here, represent us properly. The only thing they ever got right about Ted was the chick that said, "Catch me out! Don't ever let me catch you in Quincy." She had it on spot. You don't go to Quincy. That's where the thugs are. Okay? So I'm just saying. No.
Look, that's how it is all over the country, where you have if you see somebody in a movie about Louisiana, what kind of accent are you going to get? In Louisiana?
I don't know.
You're going to get a Cajun accent. Everybody's going to speak with some kind of Cajun accent, a little bit even.
Sound a little bit Coleman that Freetown read it, even though it's Jamaican. That one was such a liar. I can't believe that people bought into that crap back in those days.
I'm just saying. Hey man, I'm just saying. There's just parts of the country that are just like that. That I mean, any movie or show that you get from there is probably going to have. They're either going to have an absolutely no accent and just be bland, right? Or they'll have the over the top accent, because that's where they're trying to sell where they're
kid,
from.
all he needed to do was say a little kid here and there a few times, kid, because that's a Boston thing, all right? It's a Boston thing. It's a little bit of mix of New York, but it's kid, come on, dude. You're from
Saggy,
Southie.
I need to get there next year. I want to go to a Red Sox game. Okay.
Yeah, come
that's
through.
That's my thing. It's my bucket list. I got to go to Wrigley Field and get this hat. Even though I'm a Tigers fan, we've been rivals with Boston, forever, part of it. But in the East, back when baseball was baseball. But Fenway is like a place I got to get to Fenway. It's
Dude,
my
Fenway
bucket.
is
My bucket
Fenway
list.
is literally its own town. That's how like you go into Boston, certain parts of Boston, then you go to Fenway, and it's like going to Disney. Like, you know how Disney has like its own little community, its own
Yeah.
own city. That's kind of Fenway. Fenway is like basically its own city, but you also need to go to Gillette Stadium. Gillette Stadium's cool. Yeah, Wicked Pissa, kid. That's right, Shifty gives him his Wicked Pissa.
There you go. Shiftigism says, Enosh, did you notice how they changed Penguin's accent in Gotham Knights to fit in better with Colin Farrell? Wasn't he British in the previous games in the series? I'll be honest with you, I haven't played those games, so I wouldn't know the difference
Can
in
we
what
talk
they.
about his nose, Enosh?
It's
Bro,
the Penguin, though.
I was so triggered that his nose did not look all pointy like the Danny DeVito's version. Like, I was so mad he didn't really look like a penguin.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, that was the whole thing with the couple part. He looked weird, and that's why they nicknamed him Penguin, because he waddled and stuff. And it's like they took all that stuff out. It made me mad. I'd punch somebody, punch his nose, make it look like a penguin. Call him friggin' bum Farrell.
Exactly, Josh. It's like last night listening to Jarbo's Southern accent. That was awful.
Did he do that?
Oh my God. You got to watch the stream last night. He shared with us like this home movie that he did with some friends of his that absolutely didn't even have a script. And they were a couple of country bumpkins that like kidnapped some dude. And yeah, it's weird. I can't even tell you how weird it was.
Oh,
But
that horror type film thing he did.
No, not the horror one. No, this was just like a couple of it was totally unscripted. It was just like him and a buddy in a couple of white tank tops, acting like they were Southerners, like bad accents, just bad overall. But it was so bad we couldn't look away. We had to watch the whole thing. And we all laughed like hysterically over just like the craziness that it was. Yeah.
He's done a lot of interesting things. I still need to see his search history because
here's one thing I will say. The Happening, like I'm a big M. Night Shyamalan fan, and I like Mark Wahlberg. I cannot get with The Happening. The Happening.
I thought it was interesting. It was an interesting. Listen,
so interesting when they show the wind blow through the grass, and oh no, it's coming after me.
But that's the thing. Well, that's
run
the thing.
from the wind. Oh, it caught me. I'm dead.
Well, that's the thing that made it.
Movie's over.
The thing. Well, that's the thing that made it interesting. It was like nobody knew what the heck was going on. It was just like as soon as the wind blew, some people were just gonna end up just going crazy and just nuts, and you're just sitting there like, why is this happening? And that's like the whole point of it. And at the end, when you find out what it was honestly, it was kind of a dumb reason, but it was like, it was still an interesting story. Like it was new. It's not like they were taking something that existed. I like new creative things, even if it's not like makes a lot of sense. At least it's not like a recreation or reboot. Like just, you're going to give some things some passes sometimes. Original. It was a different kind of story. I mean, it was interesting because like the whole, you can't tell me that entire story when you were watching this movie. You weren't sitting there like, I wonder what's going on. What's causing this? I wonder why this is happening. And you were kind of into it, but then when you found out the reasons, that kind of like just for most people kind of was like, all right, this was a waste of time to find out it was.
No. I'll be honest with you that it's the one Shyamalan movie that like it never did anything for me. It honestly just never did a thing for me, like from the beginning. And I love Shyamalan. I love his movies. I like the movies even that people like, pan and give a hard time to. I don't know.
See, you might not like people don't like his, like people give him a hard time. It's like, dude, you gotta respect that he is the original creator or the most well-known creator, I would say, of the twists. Okay.
Oh,
like
yeah.
That's his like signature thing. And he really banked off of that. And I thought it was really, like I said, all these creative people.
Look, I like The Lady in the Water. Okay.
I didn't see The Lady in the Water.
I like Lady in the Water, and people act like Lady in the Water is horrible, but it's a modern day fairy tale kind of thing. And I really dig it.
Scary. And I didn't want to watch it.
It's really not that scary. It's got one part in there because it's got the wolf that hides out in the grass. It kind of looks like the grass and rises up from the grass. And And so that's the part that's scary. But for most part, it's not. I mean, it's not scary. It's just it's interesting. But yeah, you know, like I just with the happening, I was just like, are you kidding me now? Like, what is going on here?
Well, Bradley, like, I love that he brings up the Village, because the Village did that same kind of thing where it's like you don't know what's going on, things are happening, and you're like, what the heck? And then at the end, you realize it's like the dumbest thing ever. You're just like,
see. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. Like, I liked it. I actually liked the Village. And I'll defend the Village because I think that it's a great story premise, and I figured it out in the theater what the twist was. But by that time, we were all going to the theater trying to figure out the twist, right? And so the thing is I figured that was the twist, and I told my ex-wife and my ex-brother-in-law, like, hey, that's what's going on here. This is in modern times. They're trying to make us think that this is, but it's in modern times. And my brother-in-law, I'll never forget, he looked at me and he goes, whatever, that's not it. And I'm like, yeah, it is it. And then, like, as soon as it happened, I've never wanted to stand up in a theater anymore and like just yell in somebody's face and be like, told you. What modern day time, baby, right there. I was right, you're wrong, I'm back, you're sad, shut up. You know, there's like, you know, like, yes, what a twist. But see,
that's why The Happening was like.
Sean knows Lady in the Water is underrated.
Yes,
absolutely.
but see, that's why I like The Happening, because it was one of those movies you couldn't predict. Like, you had no idea what the reason why the stuff was happening. Like, you had no idea. And, like, I don't think anyone was going to guess the reasoning behind what was happening in that movie. And that's why I liked it, because you couldn't predict it.
Sorry, geeks. Sorry, spoilers on like a 20-year-old movie.
Geeks, like, nothing he said was real. Watch the movie; it's all real.
It's still good. It's still a good movie to watch, though. Shijigism says the Village had such great use of color. That's true. All the red and yellows and what? Yes, absolutely. I don't think I've ever seen like the way that those popped. Oh my gosh, the reds and stuff. It was good.
That was a beautifully shot movie too. I will say
that dude. That dude Vince says you should read Running Out of Time, Enosh, the book he was accused of plagiarizing for the Village. I read it as a kid, and the similarities are uncanny.
Oh, you Google it.
I never heard about him being accused of plagiarism for it, but you know, he obviously didn't get in trouble for it, so I don't know. Did I see Old? So I did see Old, Bradley. Tiffany and I saw Old at the theater, and I liked it. I didn't think it stuck the ending, though. I was a little disappointed with the ending, if I'm being quite honest. I felt like the whole movie was pretty good, and it was another one of those things, Saggy, that like I was that I was all like geeked for, you know. And like, I was like, I like this premise, man. People are getting old and we don't know why. Like the kids are aging on this beach and we don't know why. And then it was like, oh, okay. All right. And that was it. And we saw the ending and we went home. But yeah, I mean, Bradley, it's worth checking out. You know what I mean? Like, if you like Shyamalan movies, it's definitely worth checking out. Like I said, it's just that, like, of all of his movies, I just didn't think that it really, you know, stuck the landing. See, I don't really look at his movies as horror films. And look, The Village, it's kind of hyped like you might think it's a horror film, but in reality, it's not. Village ain't a horror film.
I'm reading up on the plagiarism thing, and I'm like reading the plot summary for Running Out of Time, and I would say kind of, but I would say if anything, you could say that it was an inspiration, because there's reading the summary of this book.
Mm-hmm.
The story doesn't seem like the only similarity is the fact that they were living in a village that was supposed to be a certain time period, and then find out that they are actually in more modern times. But it's different because, like, the girl in the story of the book doesn't find out in the same fashion as in the movie. Like, the chick in the movie finds out her way, but the chick in this book is told this early on. It seems like she's aware of the situation early on, from what I'm reading.
Okay.
So, well, I mean, it's kind of the same, but I would say Tomato.
Hmm.
Your plagiarism, whoever made that comment. Holy crap! It's 5. It's about to be 5.
I know. Yeah, it's 5. It's 5 in the morning. Yeah, it's time to get going. But hey, Saggy, thanks for stopping in tonight.
Yeah, no, thanks
You
for
know what?
having me.
You know what I love about these streams? I love about these streams is like we can start off one place and then we get to another place and we have friends who stop in, we have friends who go away, and people who take their place and come in, and like the thing ends differently than it began, and like some people will leave and then they're like, oh my gosh, Wayne T. Carr came in, or oh my gosh, Ray Porter was here, or whatever. And it's like, see, because you never know what's going to happen in the lounge or who's going to show up. You never know where it's going to take. So I thought this was a cool kind of Sunday night chill stream. We talked about some stuff, and it was good. So we'll be back here. He says, Deranged Dinesh says, I got another pick tomorrow. All right. We'll be here same lounge time, same lounge channel. Deranged Dinesh says, Poindexter, tomorrow we start again. Yes, we do. So thanks for being here. Saggy, you want to tell everybody where they can find you?
Oh, you took it away.
There you
I just got where it is. Right here. That's where you can find me. Everywhere. Almost everywhere. Just type
It's
it
Saggy
in.
Millens.
Yeah. With the Z.
It's Saggy
With the Z.
There you go. See, Josh here says, Josh is cool. This was an awesome stream tonight. Thank you, Enosh and Saggy. I had a great time. Bam! We did our job. Then. Glad that we were able to entertain you for a little while. And we'll be back tomorrow night to do it all over again. Like I always say, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell somebody that their fandom doesn't matter, but seek to have good conversations, seek to talk things out, and have good times. And like, if you can't, well, then just walk away, right? Don't worry about it. Don't fight about it. Just walk away. Do your thing. All right. And if you do that, and as long as you treat everybody with respect, there'll always be a place for you here in the Poindexter Lounge. Till next time, stay nerdy.